What's up, everybody? Welcome to Production Music Live. My name is Guido. I'm from Cat and Beats, and together with Production Music Live, we've made another mixing and mastering tutorial. This was a little bit different though, because in this one we are only using third-party plugins, so that you, if you have Pro Tools or Studio One or Logic, can also follow along. And on top of that, we're also going to be explaining all the theoretical backgrounds. For instance, what's an EQ, how do you use an EQ, what kind of EQs are there, what's a compressor, what's mid-side processing. I'm going to also do shootouts between different plugins so that you can hear the subtle differences between them. Now, on top of that, this time around, we also got to use a reference song so that we got to mix according to the reference song. So that's a really fun thing to do, and that's actually how you normally do it. So special little shout out to these fantastic artists. So let's have a little listen to the track, and I'll see you in the mixing and mastering course. Cheers. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Production Music Live and welcome to the first video. And in this first video, we're immediately going to be attacking some theory. And the theory is about listening back to your music. Now, the most common thing to talk about is the Fletcher-Munson curve. And the Fletcher-Munson curve is a curve which are two scientists that figured out that if you play back at an SPL level of about 70 to 80, you're going to be listening back to the flattest EQ curve. Now, if you already know about it, you can skip to the next video, but if you don't know about it, let me tell you what that implies. So, check this out. When you listen back at a low volume level, what will happen is that you'll start listening more to the 1K area. So the mids will come out and the lows will, and the highs will kind of just not be there. What will happen when you mix at a level like that is that you're going to start inverting the EQ, and that you're going to basically do this. You're going to start mixing like that. So a massive smiley face EQ. That's not good. So now you're probably thinking, well, what kind of level should I be listening to make it the other way around? So that you start making EQ decisions according to a flat EQ curve. Now, to do that, what you should try and do is get either an SPL meter. You can get one on your phone nowadays, like an application. I have one in my monitor controller. It's a M905 Grace Design monitor controller, which is ridiculously stupid expensive, but it's very handy for me because when I'm at 70, I know that I'm listening to my EQ curve as flat as I like it to be. Now, most people have different, flatness levels. So some people will be around 80, some people will be around 65. I'm around 70, and then I have a nice flat curve as to how I listen to it. Now, besides the Fletcher-Munson curve and playing back at around 70 to 80 SPL, what we need to do is also think about the sound comes out of our speakers and then travels around in our room. Now, if you're in a less than ideal room, what will happen is that your bass will reflect on the wall and behind you, and you're going to get bass nulls, and you're going to get like bass peaks in your room. So if you move around your room, you have these like woo, woo. So it will look like this and like this, and you're going to start again mixing the other way around like that. So your songs are all going to sound fantastic in your room, but as soon as you get to the car, there's a lot of low end bass and absolutely no low mids all of a sudden, and things just sound odd. So what you can do for that is get something called SonarWorks. I don't work for them, but I do continuously tell people to get on the SonarWorks train, and of course, get yourself acoustic treatment. Do not buy foam, do not buy carbon, just go to the DIY store and go to IKEA and just slam together a bass trap and start placing them around and see how that goes. If you want to go extreme and build a custom room, then I suggest somebody named John Brandt, and then you can build a custom room. Now let's continue a little bit with the theory. If you can't be bothered by any of that, you can also work with headphones. Now I have the HD 650s and I also like the HD 600s. I don't think getting the HD 800s are going to be necessarily better. What you're trying to get is a flatter EQ curve. So the flatter the EQ curve, the better it is. That's the last message of this whole thing. Now in the next video, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be listening back to this song, and I'll tell you another little tidbits that will be interesting. All right, so that's it. Headphones, speakers, a nice room, Sonarworks, monitor level, 70 on your SPL meter. Download an SPL meter. Check how that feels. All right? Good. All right, so now that the monitor level is set up, what we're going to be doing is listening back to the track. Now, regardless of all theory and the buttons that we're going to be pressing, the most important part is that you understand the emotional content of the song. You also need to understand that somebody is going to be listening to this song. I can't stress this enough. You need to imagine the person who's listening to it, where they are, what they're doing, what they're eating, what their girlfriend's like or boyfriend, whatever. Everything. Just like feel the vibe as much as you can. So once you start feeling the vibe, it's all good and dandy. And then we're going to go immediately to not feeling the vibe anymore. And we're going to stress test this song to see what's not good and what is good. Now, seeing that we're not allowed to use any plugins from Ableton Live, love that, by the way, we're going to go straight to how I like testing things. And we're going to be doing that with the Ozone 8 imager. We're going to drop that onto the master. I want to, over here, have a LUFS meter. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be listening to the vector scope and look at the vector scope at the same time. And we're going to check out the different bands and then check out the mono as well. And the sides. Do I have a side button? I don't have a side button. I'm going to open up Ozone 8 instead. I really like having a side button, damn it. There you go. So let's open up an imager. And let's open up an EQ as well. Go to EQ, go to mid-side mode. What we can do now is we can click on solo in a bit, and then we can listen to, is there a lot of low end in the track that's in the side? That's not a bad thing, by the way. What's going on pretty much. So let's have a look. Here I have my LUFS meter. If you want, you can go to your settings and then go to your I/O, and then you go to meter type and you go to integrated. Okay, and then you have the same type of meter I have. Okay, so now let's have a listen to this track. And we're gonna listen to the emotional thing at the same time. Okay, 70 on your meter and play. I'm not finding that much weight in the low end, but there was a kick there from being cut. The tops are a little bit cut too much. This part. Kick drum seems not compressed in the track. Mid-side is fantastic. Really missing low end from that kick drum. Emotional, intense, dark, nice dark melodic, heavy vibes. Kind of waiting for the drop now. Okay, I kind of have a grasp of the whole track. The thing to check this is to normally check out the John lead tracks as well. Now, I kind of have experience, so I don't need to necessarily reference this. And I just finished an album as well for somebody else that is in the same exact genre. So the problem I'm having is that the person that's listening needs to not only feel like this, but he like gloomy and like all like, no, you know, life is terrible, but you know, like such a fat song. It really needs to kind of be thick and just have this warmth, this like this fatness to it, and that's kind of what I'm missing. So have a listen to a reference song, and then you don't have to know the technique to do it. We're gonna do that together, but then listen to the reference song and check like what kind of feeling am I missing? Am I missing like the fatness? Am I missing a top end sizzly like that kind of stuff? Or do I need to go back to the drawing table because I don't have any keys playing or something like that? So right now I think this song is absolutely fantastically produced. We just need to mix this so that it has that, you know, it has some mozzie. All right, so that's my feel. The way this worked, by the way, what I was doing is I was going through the sides to listen to how's this going, but Production Music Live has obviously nailed that. We also need to check the mids. There's no clap in the middle, and I think that's a big part of why it's not going like that kind of stuff, and it would be nice to have that. So that's kind of messing everything up. It's too much in the back. This thing, what I'm actually doing here is just having a look. Let me just go like this. Remove band. Remove band. Okay, like this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to select this band and we're just going to have a look on this vector scope. And what we're looking for is actually this little dot. I used to have this a long time ago, and we just have to make sure that this little dot is pretty much, when everything drops, pretty much always around this area. So perfect. Around this area. But there's a couple of things that are a little bit too wide, but at the same time it's completely fine. And in here, it's also completely fine to not be 100% mono. In the low end, it's actually sometimes quite nice to have a little bit of a wide low. And I know that sounds insane, but I'll show you that in a much later stage that if you start cutting away low end too much in your side channel, you actually cut away a lot of warmth. And in this genre, I think having warmth is going to be nice. Okay, so that's that for this video. In the next one, we're actually going to be getting started. Woo! All right, so before we get started with mixing and mastering, let's make sure that everything is set up correct. What I like having in Ableton specifically is a little quick fire before and after button. So what I did when the camera was turned off is that I took all this, I selected it, and I exported it. And I just exported it over here, and I just dragged and dropped it in here. And what I want to have is just quintessential. I want to have a quick before and after button. Now, check this out. So you press Command K in Ableton. I'm not sure how it is in a different DAW. And you just have a button. So what you do with Command K is you put it on solo and you press number 1. And then every single time you think you've messed something up or you're going too far, you're doing something wrong, you can check with yourself, how did the before sound like? What was there? And it's there so that you keep track of what you're doing. And at the same time, it's there with a little bit of an ego boost because you're going to be mixing and mastering it so much better than what it was before. And that's like kind of the point. So you kind of go, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, so it's really nice to have. Yeah, definitely that's a good little trick to have. And then on top of that, is there anything else? No, I think that's it for now. Make sure that the before is also level matched with the after so that when you listen to the after, that it's not all of a sudden a lot quieter. Because then, remember the Fletcher-Munson curve? If it's all of a sudden a lot quieter, you're not going to hear that much low, and you're not going to hear that much top end, and you're going to think to yourself, ooh, I kind of like the full sound of my mix and master. But don't be tricked, okay? So that's that. I'll see you in the next one where we're going to be talking about groups and how to set up groups and how to check if everything is working or not. All right, see you in a bit. All right, so now what we're going to be doing is checking if the whole mix is set up correctly. So if you press Alt, you can just open up everything that's there. And for me, what I need to check for if it's set up correctly is how is the song grouped? So how many buses are set up? This is a bus, that's a bus. So when things are grouped together, they are bussed together. How are they bussed, and how is everything named correct? And at the same time, just having a little look here, is anything turned off? So here's a bass replacement. There must be a reason for that. Let's have a quick little listen to what the difference is here. So we just kind of find problems, and if we find problems, we double check them. Okay, so this is probably a problem because it's very different. Yeah, I don't know why that's there, so I'm going to have to contact Production Music Live, and or if I was the artist, double check what I've done there. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The cat just fell off something. That's it pretty much. I just double checked that. Now, let's talk about the theory of grouping. The way I like to group things is that I first and foremost color code everything so that it doesn't look like a bag of weird Skittles, but it has the same color code and everything is named correct as well and placed in a certain order. The reason for that is I don't have OCD, but if I have to go back to a different project, I want to immediately be able to mess with it. So I tend to have drums white, bass brown, harmonies lila, vocals yellow, guitars green, and then from there I have a couple other colors. But that's pretty much that. And then all my master things are like this color, this dark gray, and also the return tracks. So, and then once you have those colors set up, if you then need a return track specifically for only the harmony bus, what you do is you just kind of go, here's harmonies, you know, this is only for harmonies. And you just kind of know that if I have a problem, I can quickly go there and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the problem. So it's just a little bit of a thing. Now, about this as well, there's a kick bass group, and then there's a drum group, an effects group, and an instrument group. Now, the cool thing about groups is that you can do processing on the whole group. Certain groups do really well with processing like compression, and the group that really does fantastic with compression is a overall drum group. So the kick is also in the drum group. Having a drum group with a kick in it will allow you to get an extremely fat, overcompressed, disgusting sound. And it's really easy to set up. We're going to do that in a bit as well. The reason why people have a kick and a bass group, though, there's a reason for it, is that sometimes it's nice to control your low end with a kick and bass group. Now, I am not of that school of thought because the argument for a kick and bass group is to control low end. And the way I like thinking of how to control low end is with little dynamics. And then the only thing you do is you control your low end with this sub-low area. What you can then do is compress it a little bit and put up your attack, slow down make your release a little bit, tight as well. So it becomes this gated fat amount of low end instead of like a long turd of a song. So that's the way I use it. And then I adjust my gain here if I need to. Okay, but this will come probably in like parts 300, which is all the way at the end. Now, that's just a big thing there, what I'm going to do. So in the next video, what I'll do with you guys is I'm going to completely reorganize this file. And at the same time, always double check, did I miss anything? Is everything still sounding the same? So I'll see you in the next one where we're actually going to do some work. I don't think I've ever been excited to organize a file, but let's do that. So let's check this. I'm going to just go to the main drop where everything is playing, loop that, and let's group things. And let's see how much compression we have. Let's turn off the compressor, just A/B that. So I think it's safe to just delete that. I'm going to take the kick out. Let's also rename that to small lowercase kick. I have a thing with that as well. I'll tell you that in a bit. Okay, let's take that out and let's add that into the drum group. Boop, there we go. And I'm going to put the drums on the top because for me, drums are the most important part. So let's just call this drums and let's just have a little listen to this. Perfect. Okay, let's listen to the before as well. Oh my God. Sounds okay. Let's make sure delay is set as well. I know that the Production Music Live guys love playing with the delay times, and that's nice for stereo with. But for now, this is it. Ah, God. So that's drums. Let's make sure everything is white. So I'm just going to click white, and then I'm going to click assign track color to group tracks and clips. Boom. And then my job is done. The way I'm going to organize this drum group as well with you guys now. Let's just make sure that this layer, how many layers is this? One layer. Okay, great. Let's have a listen to everything that drops on the 2 and 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, boots, clats. Okay, so that's basically this stuff. Let's make sure that that sounds good. And that is so quiet. Let's see if anything else drops on there. I think this is it. So let's just group these two together as well. Call that snare and clap. All right. So that's nice. So now I have like one button to turn off the clap and snare. Okay, so let's see what else we have. I'm also just going to quickly turn this off for a second. So quiet. Okay, so cool. Then we have a shaker. That's nice. Let's have a rider. What I'm looking for is the upbeat. This one. It's an upbeat. It's like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and it's the, well, 1/8. Here, these ones. These ones. Let's put it on 1/8. Boop. There we go. So here, one's in the middle. All right. So So once I know that, I'm going to write down upbeat. Now, most of the time in this genre, there's going to be several upbeats all playing together. And what to watch out for is phasing. So we'll go over that in a bit. We have to make sure that things that play together, like these two shakers, like these 16th hat shakers, that they don't sound like that. I hate that sound. Now you try to make that sound. Okay, 1 second. This is Tom. Okay, so this is only one upbeat. I'm going to put that directly under the kick, snare, clap. And then we have the shakers. These shakers are together because they play the same part. They're completely together, so we're just going to group those. I'm just going to call those 16ths. 16th shaker, hat. Sure to stay clean and nice. Alright, so shaker hats, and then we have a ride. 2, 3, 4, and 2, 1, 2, 3. So this ride is playing with everything else as well. Just call that a ride. Let's call that a jazz ride. Then we have a rim shot. Let's see how much is that. Okay, that's going a lot as well. The clave. So the clave and the rim shot are going to play together a couple times. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. Except for there's too much low end. But that's okay. And an organic. I don't know. That's more of a clave effect. I don't know if I'm going to keep that there. That's also more of a clave effect MP3 sound. And then we have low percussion. Very cool. Reverb. Reverbed perk. We have a tom. This is something to look out for. If you're making a bass out of this tom, then it's going to trigger the compressor again. So I might move this tom somewhere else. Okay, so let's just put the TR8 highs, high toms, high tom, and this is the low tom. Low tom. Oh, hi, Tom. Let's just ungroup this. And let's make a bass group as well. So this is bass. Let's make a bass group. Okay. Let's just double check if this bass is the same actual bass. Okay, it is. So we're going to call this a Moog bass. And let's see what is playing in here. I want to just check what this is really fast. Whistle pluck bass. Not really a bass, is it? Oh, this is a bass. Is that playing together with this? Oh, interesting. Very cool. Okay, so let's just take these bass atmospheres. I think that's what they're going to be called. And let's take them out of this group. And we're going to put them together with the bass group. Okay, so let's take these and group this. And we're going to call this bass. And my basses are this shitty color of brown. Oh, they actually have the same shitty color there as well. Effects group, I'm just going to put that down at the bottom. I don't find effects that important. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, but that's the reason I make effects blend in with the background color, because I don't want to look at them. Okay, the effects is like the last thing on the list for me. The music is a lot more important. This thing, yeah, I'm going to make this red. So my red color is always for a, oh my God, something's not right color. Then we have pluck bass, whistle pluck. Let's just make sure that there's no more bass in here. Ooh, that is sexy. Oh, that is really good. Oh, that's going to be really good. Okay, we're going to put that lead all the way at the top because that's going to be the most important part. Okay, so this instrument group, let's just call this Harmonics. And I'm going to make that my favorite little lilac color and color that right like that. Then we have an effects group. Let's now play back, see if we still have everything playing back to begin with. And I can just press number 1. And the bass is turned off. So everything's still playing back, everything's still working. All these colors are coded perfectly. Next up, we're going to talk about more theory, where we're going to be talking about EQ. Woo! Alright, so a little bit of theory again. We're going to be talking about EQ. Now, if you already know about EQ, then skip over to the next video. But right now, what is EQ? Now, an EQ stands for equalizer, and the way in layman's terms I use it to describe it is a volume button for any frequency you want. Now, right now, for any frequency you want, I'm saying that because we're using a parametric EQ, a fully parametric EQ, in which we can literally move anything around. So what you can do is you can boost or you can cut, which means you can increase volume in a certain frequency range, or you can cut volume in a certain frequency range. And at the same time, you can boost and or cut with a Q value. Some people call it quality value, some people call it attenuation, but you can then make a dramatic cut. For instance, if one frequency really pops out, you can cut that frequency out. If you want to have more air, you can put more air in. These are terms that you kind of need to know via giving a boost all the way at the top end. Boost, cut, boost, cut, boost, cut. Now, what we're going to be doing later on is we're going to be low cutting, which is basically that you cut the low end. There's a couple little tidbits that you need to know about low cutting. Do not low cut everything. Do not low cut the sides either. I'll go through it as we do. With low cutting, the little problem that shows up when you low cut, for instance, with a very steep curve, so this is a 90-60 B per octave curve, is that this will cause a phase shift. So a little bit forward in the line. So over here, the phase will be turned around and you will actually start adjusting the amount of low end that's coming through from your kick drum to begin with, for instance. Now, sometimes this really works. Sometimes this really does not work. For instance, if we will start using more advanced EQ types with a natural phase or a linear phase, with a linear phase, you're going to get something called pre-ringing. And with a zero phase, you're going to get something called ringing afterwards. Everything I'm getting at right now is when you do EQ, always A/B and listen to it. And when you do low cut, make sure to not go too steep. Like a 12 dB per octave with a nice Q value is going to do a little bit more for you than a 96 dB per octave. Okay, so try to remember that and don't do too much. Now that's that. Anything for top end? Yeah, I've seen this. This is very weird. Some people are doing this now. They're just cutting, like right here. They're cutting at 18,000. All of a sudden, buff, like that. There was somebody here from Amsterdam Dance Event that had that. And I asked them, why do you do that? And then they said that the mastering engineer chose to do that so that high frequencies wouldn't come through. This is a massive no-no again. We want something called air. And normally you see this with MP3s. So if you have an MP3, the top end isn't actually there. We're going to have top end in our track. It's nice to have top end. Again, if you want to cut, small cuts are going to be better than massive cuts. Okay, so I mean, not too steep of a cut. All right, and I actually suggest that it's probably going to be better to use a shelf curve like this to kind of tame things in instead of using a cut everything off. So I hope I explained what an EQ is. In my way, it's a volume per frequency. Next up, we're going to be using different types of EQs. So there's, static EQs as well. And we're going to be using that because of their very unique little traits that they have. So join me as we start cutting and boosting and separating all the tracks from each other, not only using volume, but using EQ. See you in a bit. Hey guys, let's quickly talk about mid-side processing, or sum and difference, and see what that is and why it's important, and what parts you put in the middle and what parts you put in the sides, and then is that important to begin with. All right, so over here I have a vector scope, and a vector scope is going to show me what's in the middle and what's in the side. So if we just press play, this is what that looks like. And if I then make the mid channel mid, you can see that this is all the information in the middle of the channel. This is on the side, and if we just do side, this is on the side. Now, the mid is going to be important for the following reason. So I know a couple of you are listening on iPhones or whatever phones, and it's going to have one speaker. And as soon as I clicked the utility button, this one for the side, all sound disappeared. That's kind of why the mid part is important. So a lot of people, unfortunately, listen to music in mono. So you have all these beat pods and this kind of shit, like Google Homes and things like that. And people actually listen to music on that. And it's our job as a mixing engineer and also a mastering engineer that we need to pay attention to. Is it going to play back on one of those shitty little speakers? Do we need to worry about that? You know, is the genre of music, is that going to be played back on a mono system? If so, we have to make sure that it will translate. So, for instance, if we have a lead and vocals and this and that, we have to make sure that if we press this little button and we're only listening to the middle of the signal, that the whole song comes through. It's not going to sound as magical and beautiful, but nonetheless, it has to come through. Okay? So things to put in the middle, anything that plays a massive part in your song. For me, I put things in the middle like drums. They're more mid-focused than, you know, my harmonics, like a pad, for instance. A pad is not that important, so I kind of keep it on the sides. Okay, now speaking of sides, let's go to the sides and have a listen to this. So this is what's in the sides. As you can hear, you have the clap on the side. It's not the most important thing to have in the middle, but it's also in the middle, so yay. Okay, think of sides as the beautiful space you can give to a track. And I'm only putting claps in the side because of 1970s disco type of, you know, like, ooh, freak, that kind of stuff. Sides, think of it like anything that you need to give a little bit of sexy to, like a lead sound, and then with side here, there's a little button over here. So there's a 0 and a 1. We're going to get to this later, but I just want to show you this. So for 1 is completely in the middle. And then if you put your leads around in this area where my mouse is, most of the time it's going to sound really, really nice. Your pads, you can go over here. Your vocals, try to keep them over there. So we're going to go through that, and I'm going to also show with the bass that I will do some mid-side processing on the bass and create a top layer where the top layer is actually bouncing around there. And it's going to sound bigger than life. So with sides, if you need to make a big impact, use the mid-side processing, and well, you'll see everything as we go. So I hope that explained it. Just remember it like this. I'm going to just listen, middle, side, middle, side. Get it. Side, middle. And as soon as you start learning to listen to mid-side, all of a sudden, all mixes will be like, that's too mono, that's too mid, and that thing is sticking out too much. And it's a skill that you have to learn, but as soon as you can hear it, you can have power of the mid-side field. Okay, much love, guys. See you in a bit. All right, so before we get to mixing, we need to do one more little theory part, and then we can finally get into everything. So I'm going to be using compressors a lot, like a absurd amount, and I kind of need you to understand the way a compressor works. Now, compressors are like the scary part of any mix because it works the other way around of how you would normally do sound design. So normally you have like attack, decay, and release, and if you would increase the attack, then the sound would come in like slower. So it's like whoop. Now here it's the other way around. If you increase the attack, the sound comes in faster. I know. Anyway, let me show you how this works. So I have a Pro C2. It doesn't matter which compressor you have. All of them work exactly the same, just different ones have different little functions to them. Now, this one's cool because it has a little screen behind it so you can see what's going on. Now, the way I like to think of compression is in two ways. One is, do I need to get the track to smack harder? So it needs to smack you in your face, which means transient heavy. And think of the sound it would make if a hand would hit you in the face. It's like fuck, like that. So instead of it being like that, it will be like puff. So that's how I kind of see that. And now another way is to is to make a mix thicker. So think about, instead of smacking somebody in the face, this sounds so messed up. Imagine throwing somebody onto a soft bed. It goes like it's like that, so it's thicker. So I'll show you the two ways to do that, and then yeah, we'll be going from there. Don't mind analogies anymore. I'm just going to change the style here to bus so that it's it just does extra things. Anyway, check this out. The way I set up a compression or compressor is to turn off auto gain. That's the first thing you do. Then after that, you put your threshold all the way down, you put your attack all the way down, you put your release all the way down. So you have the fastest attack, fastest release, and fastest threshold. Ratio 4:1 is a healthy number. All right, so now, if we listen to the before, it sounds like this. Okay, any normal old snare, and then we put this on, and the sound will disappear. So you can barely hear what's going on, which is fantastic. That's what the compressor is supposed to do. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get that hand and slowly let it smack you in the face. And we do that via this attack. So we're listening for that hand smack attack. So what you do is, that was too fast. You just go up. Oh, the mouse doesn't work with this. You listen, you hear that? Nice. Now, the more you go up, wow, this analogy is going really far. The more of a fish it's becoming, okay? So that has more of a sound. So basically, this is like a little slap, and then this is a big-ass smack. Now, normally, slower attack times let through more of the transient, so you're going to have more of a body of the sound. So if you need like a rock snare or even like heavy, what is that called? Future bass type of genre where you have a little bit more body to a snare, then that's great. Right now we're playing in techno-ish, so we're gonna go a little bit faster. So a little bit ticky. So this is what I would keep there. Now for release, the setting for that is you need to now imagine this working as a gate, which basically means that you only get that tiny little and nothing else. So don't get the tail of it, but just the little gate of it. So now you have a little and now you kind of want, it's like a gate, like, oh, you can't almost hear anything behind it. All right. And now the only thing you do is you now have the sound, right? So you have the final sound of, oh, this is exactly how the snare should sound, whatever. So what we're going to do is just slowly put in the threshold, because we can control with the threshold how much of that smack we can put into the track. So this is like pretty cool, but okay, there you go. So now if we A-B, I'm gonna just put up the gain for a second. I hope you can hear the difference. Let's just go a little bit more extreme. So I'm going to be doing that kind of stuff. Now, the other way of compression is to, what did I say? Body on a bed? Jesus Christ. So body on a bed compression is to go absolutely berserk, to have a fast attack time. Well, release time is also kind of the same. The ratio is going to go cray-cray. And we're going to put the threshold down again. Wait. And what we want out of this sound, you can actually already hear it. We want more of the body of the sound and less of the slap. Okay, so that's that. So think of it in those two ways. Now, normally you would use this in a parallel compress technique. So that's called New York compression. We're going to get to all that later on. And I'm going to show you like these little hold buttons and all, look ahead and all that kind of stuff. But for now, this is it for compression. And we will see each other and use it in practice over time. It's going to be very nice. All right, see ya. All right, let's get mixing. Yay! So let's have a listen. We're going to have to replace every single plugin that is mixing related to this Ableton file so that everybody can follow along. Regardless of all that, let's have a quick little listen to how the before sounded, and then we're going to go through every single track and mix it so that it sounds better. So right now, it sounds like this. And what I'm listening to is the drum section and trying to figure out and pinpoint what can I do to make it better. So I have compression as my tool and EQ as my tool. EQ to separate the tracks and compression to make things smack or sound like a body hitting a bed. I'm really missing the snare snap. Drums overall sound a little bit weak. So we're going to make them sound a little bit heavier. But overall, it's already really good. Let's have a listen to this. Let's turn that off. Actually, let's have a listen to this overall and see how it sounds, everything together. And then we're going to turn it off and then one by one go through it. Okay, to be honest, if your thing already sounds this good, a little bit of API compression on top of this and it would sound absolutely sick. But we can't do that, so let's go through it and get it to sound that sick again, but with no Ableton. Ugh. Okay, let's start with the kick. A little bit squeezed this one. Let's just put up the volume here. I want to just hear the difference really fast. You know what? I'm not going to touch the kick drum right now because I kind of like the way that sounded. It's in your face. It has that like smacky thing. I like that sound. Let's also quickly have a look at the overall volume level. Okay, so we're 0.5, so I'm just going to turn that down. I kind of always mix that the kick drum is around -6 dB-ish, -8, somewhere around there. And then once I start layering everything on top, I'm going to have about -4, -5 dB of gain left at the top. So I'm just going to turn this down just a tiny little bit. So basically then I'm going to have enough headroom to go into a mastering stage. A quick little tidbit on the auto filter here. If you leave it on, generally speaking, you mess up your low end. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Let's just double check that just to be sure. It's funny, it actually creates more bass, but at the same time there's like a phase shift going on. Before there was a phase shift and now there isn't. So always double check. Here's a fun thing you can do. Put it on a button. Don't look at it. And with your eyes closed, see if you can tell the difference. Now it's turned off. Now it's turned on. Off. On. Yeah, so it's always good to double check that, that kind of stuff. Let's just turn this on. Alright, it's a little bit quiet. Let's turn both of these up like 2 or 3 dB. 1, 2, 3. And this one's 0. I kind of like this already. Let's just have a little listen to this and delete all this sexy goodness. Let's have a listen to what this sounds like. Okay, this is more like white noise type of snare. It's good to write these things down so that you know what's going to happen and what you're listening for. I don't like the side information of... This has a little bit of a thud, so let's just delete that. Also, this is a layer, so I'm just gonna duplicate this, and then I'm going to have one thing play here. That is way overcompressed. And we're just gonna solo that one, and then this is gonna be called overcompressed snap. And then this is a... It's always good to check these layers. Okay, this is this one, which is a really nice clap. Nice clap. Let's get this snare to kind of sound ticky and sexy, so all these layers need to work together. The way we can separate layers is via EQ. So we're just gonna delete all this stuff that's on here. Same for this one, and we're going to redo it and re-engineer and rethink of how we're going to get it back together. So, wish me luck. It's annoying when everything is already so good to just like redo everything, but you know, it's good to see that whole process. All right, let's now have a listen. Oh gosh. Okay, let's start with the snare drum and get that nice. So we'll get the fab filter. Nope, it's the Pro Q2. And normally this is a nice thing to have, but this snare has no attack. It sounds more like a wash of noise. So let's get the Pro C2. And first compress it so that we have more of an attack. You remember how to do this. Attack fast. Actually, let's put the threshold down so that you can't hear anything. And put the attack up slow. Oh, perfect. We don't need the ticky sound this time because we already have the claps. They already have a tick to them. Nice. Nice and woody. This Pro C2 also has a function called hold. And with the hold, what you can do is you can make it more of a gate so that when the release lets go, it's really controlled. Check this out. Hold longer. So now you have just that snap, and that's exactly what I want to have. So let's just slowly put it back in. Nice. If you put a knee and make it soft, it's going to sound a lot more... What's the right word here? It's going to sound a little bit nicer. Okay, this sounds good. Sounds better than... Sexy. Good. Together. Let's put up the volume a bit. There we go. Get a fab filter out. And now, with all this goodness, we can decide on how we want it to sound. I like my snare snappy. This sounds okay. It still sounds a little bit too... in this area. This is too much for me. So I'm going to just take that down. And let's set the top. Wait, I don't want this one. I just want a nice little shelf. Okay, now let's have an A-B. Always A-B what you're doing. Nice. Okay, that's a lot better than it was. now let's not listen to overcompressed yet. Let's listen to the nice clap and have a feel for that. Cool. So another thing that you need to think about when you layer tracks, we're going pretty advanced in one go, but when you layer tracks, you can think in mid-side as well. So right now we have white noise, which is very middle, and then nice clap, which is extremely like wide. You have to think on how much do you want that to work together. So I'm gonna get the snare noise and just make that a little bit wider, so it kind of fits together with that clap, just a tad, you know. There. So before that, now it's together. Now it's not together. Together. Okay, so let's get this clap, and now again, it's just repeat the same process over and over. We're not doing any flavoring just yet. We just need to EQ. So I don't feel that this needs more snap. I'm already feeling this. It would be nice to have a little bit more top end out of this. I guess I have to go to this stupid button again. I wish they would make a fast knob for that. So if I'm putting about 10 dBs up, then it doesn't tell me to actually do that with an EQ. It tells me to do that with volume. What the hell? Is there compression on this? Wait, let me just get this to play a little bit louder, because for some weird reason it's extremely quiet. What am I doing wrong here? It's just a very quiet clap. Okay. Let me get a quick little utility, because I need more volume out of that snare. It's ridiculously quiet. There we go, finally. Like, he finally decided to show up for work, you know what I mean? So, now let's get this little EQ out. Do we need more top end now? I don't think so. So let's just leave that one alone. Okay, cool. Let's get the overcompressed snare as well. See what we think about this one. Okay, turn off the kick for a second. I don't think we need this. Just get a utility so that we can hear it, because again, it's just very quiet. And now slowly put it in and think to ourselves, do we actually need that? Maybe if we delay it a little bit more. Okay, so I don't think this over-the-top clap, ridiculously squished sound is necessary. But let's put it in anyway, just to make sure that everybody's happy. A fun thing to do, so instead of having mid-side processing, which we're doing with the white noise snare, let's also think about placement, to place it a little bit before everything. Because then it becomes a flap. Now it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then now it's funky. So that's cool. Let's just think about imaging that out as well, because it's not really wide. I'm gonna just take this imager because I'm gonna be using it a lot, and let's just call this, rename this to Ozone. Ozone! There you go. Let's go on overcompressed and widen that out, and at the same time we need a little bit of EQ. So Fat Filter Pro Q2, boop boop. And put that behind this. And wait a second, that up as well. And let's widen this up so it's a bit more sexy. There she is. Hi. Hey. How's it going, sweetie? Oh, you decided to show up? Perfect. Okay, let's cut this and let's think to our... Oh, finally showing a shelf. Let's think to ourselves what we need. Can't hear a difference. Let's make it louder. I think over the board it sounds nice. Even that weird thing that I hated before, it sounds good. So I'm keeping that in. I'm low cutting it just because I don't need sub information. Alright, cool. It sounds extremely wide. So let's just dial that back just a tad. Dial back the volume, put it in slowly. Have a listen. Perfect. All right. Kick drum. Okay, great. Now let's take the overall snare clap and give that a little bit of lovely, sexy, distortion-y, vibey. Rah. I'm going to take a Shep's... Man, coffee is great, by the way. I just had some coffee and I am awake. VST, this one, this Shep 73, which is a 3-band EQ. So this time it's not a parametric EQ, it's a 3-band. It's stuck on frequencies. Now this EQ is based on a 1073. It's modeled by Andrew Sheps. Give him a Google, he's amazing. And he gives fantastic talks as well. He gave a little tip to put this on 7.2, and you can really make a snare drum sing that way. So let's just give Andrew Sheps' advice a little go here. So we put it on 7.2 there, and we just slowly put this in just to see what we can do. That's great. What's up with the volume? Oh, that's the wrong volume. Alright, let's put this down. Let's give it also a little bit of compression because I'm not really feeling that it's a little bit too in the distance. I kind of want it more in your face. Oh, compression. I don't really feel like using the Pro C2 for this, but I don't need any flavor either. And this is like the cleanest one I have. So take the attack a little bit like this. Just listening for snap. I need more snap. More snap. A bit more gain. Let's listen to this by itself for a second. You know what? I'm going to make an internal sidechain frequency EQ on the overall drum bus in a bit. So I'm just going to leave that as is. Anyway, this was going through the kick and clap. In the next videos, what we're going to be doing is going through all the hi-hats, and I'm going to throw little tidbits and tricks in there as well. I'll see you in a bit. All right, let's keep going. We're going to be doing the hi-hats right now. Again, EQ, compression, repeat. It's the same thing over and over and over. So let's listen to this this upbeat. It's a bit mono. And a bit like I know I talk in sounds, but I always find my brain works better when I talk in sounds. So ever since I was a little boy, I would always... Anyway, let's just delete this. Talking, like when I would go to the drum teacher, he would say like, it's the snare on the 2 and the 4. And I'm like, what does that mean? He's like this. And I was like, oh, like that. You know, and it'll be easy. Anyway, So I still talk in sound. I suggest you maybe do the same. Your brain might work that way too. Bit loud. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this just yet. I feel that this is a bit too loud, so I'm just going to cut that down a bit. I don't like the top end of this. It's not sexy, so let's make it sexy. I'm going to already introduce this subject now. They're called return tracks, and what that is just parallel processing. Parallel processing is a process that's going to happen exactly at the same time, so you can steer into it a little bit. So let's do that. Let's get a little bit of parallel processing in there, and we're going to be, I kind of don't want to have any of this. We have to delete all of it anyway. But let's get a little bit of Aphex Vintage Exciter. It's one of my babies. And for those of you that know me, know that I am in love with this thing. So this Aphex Vintage, put it on auxiliary mode, AX, and just steer into it a bit. It's the last one. Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's just leave that alone for a second. I'll get to that later. But I do want something out of this. It's not making me go, wow. It just kind of makes me go, meh. So let's do another send. Let's try this, all right? So this is a little bit of a magic thing. Let's try the Echo Boy here, Echo Boy Jr. It has a cool little thing that I like to show you. So there's the Echo Boy. I'm putting it on 1/16. I'm putting this in wide. I just did this for an artist when I mixed for him. And I think it was ambient that I used. And it was really cool. Mix mode's just completely wet. Echo time is 1/16. Okay. I think if we now put this in, you're going to have a tiny little bit of a... Oh yeah. Okay, let's get a different one. It's just a little sneaky trick to get it to groove more. Okay, so that's that. I'm not doing anything else to that. Let's just check out the shaker. And let's make sure that these two are not phasing into each other. Okay, this is sidechain. Cool. Oh, man. We're going to have to do some stuff here. All right, so let's delete everything that's here. Because we're not doing any Ableton stuff. Okay, so a couple little things here. Let's start with the shaker. There's a frequency shifter. I'm seeing the frequency shifter as a creative decision and not a mixing decision. So let's just spread that a bit more. Cheating a bit, whatever. Sue me. Fab filter, let's do a little bit of EQ on this one. Fab filter Pro Q2. This is a bit annoying. We don't need that low end. That doop doop doop. So let's get rid of that. I'm gonna low cut this pretty hard. And then back off again. It's important to have this area. Because then you can get it to shake a bit. Let's get rid of the top. It's just too much. Too much top. I'm going to use a high shelf again. Not cutting that area. Nice, sexy. Okay, let's drop in the hats. Ooh, this is attack, that shake. Okay, good. Let's make the shake shake, though. So, shakers have, normally they're in a hand, and when a percussionist actually shakes, what they'll do is they'll shake, they have the up and down motion, but at the same time they can open and up their hand, and it goes like, so I kind of want to have that effect. As in, I'm trying to just say there's a little bit too much top end going on. So let's not check the hats. Okay, let's get the hats and get the hats to actually be more top end heavy. And I don't know where my phase shift button is, but I'm just gonna do a phase shift button in Ableton for a second because I need to just check out if it's gonna work and if this is phased or not. It's fine. Alright. Actually, it sounded better swapped, so we're gonna swap it. There we go. Alright. Let's focus this one on top end. And at the same time, let's have a little listen to where the tick is. Let's give it a little bit of a bump there in volume. And let's get a high shelf and shelf that up. And let's shelf this down. Let's open up both of them at the same time. AB. Okay, I'm gonna need a dynamic EQ because there's one little open hi-hat which is just a bit. This one. I'm gonna turn that down just a tad. Okay, cool. Sometimes it's easier to just do it like that because otherwise I have to explain multi-band dynamics immediately already and then we're going too fast. So I think overall that's pretty good. Like sound-wise, that's okay. But there was a sidechain going on, so we're gonna just use the LFO tool because it's 4 to the floor, and LFO tool is absolutely brilliant. I use this much rather than volume shape or anything like that, just because I have a man crush on Steve Dutta. Okay, let's get the volume right. Let's turn it down and then slowly put it up. Let's take that. It's a little bit too dark. So now that we have them both working together, let's sexify again. There's a SSL EQ, which is nice for top end. This one. So let's just use this. There's a high frequency shelf. Let's just have a play around and see what we want. What I do is I just added a whole bunch of high frequencies, 7 dBs of it, and then I just sweep the frequency, the kilohertz. So this is 5K and up of a high shelf frequency band. It's nice to sometimes use something a little bit different. Anyway, here, check this out. This is what I did here. So this is like a high shelf, and then with the high shelf, I was kind of just moving this around until I found a nice little vibe. Let's just shoot out the SSL versus Fab filter just for fun. Okay, so that's what I would have done there, and let's just turn that off. Let's do the same thing with this one. Let's shoot them out, see which one we like more, right? This is a way to go about doing things. Oh shit, that's the wrong button. Let's do 3. Which one do you like? I like the SSL more, but it's a little bit over the top. So let's just adjust that and go like this. Anyway, adjust volume. Call it a day. All right, next we have jazz hats. I mean, this already sounds great. All right, so let's delete everything again. This is all using the same LFO. So let's get the LFO tool. Sorry, my wife was knocking at the door. This is really nice. Okay, let's get an EQ on there. Again, we'll go Pro Q, just to make sure there's not too much low end. Looks fine, to be honest. Silky smooth, man. Get the rim in there. Wow, there's... Alright, for this one we're going to do something a little bit different than what is actually there, and also for the rest probably. But this is all percussion, and most of it will most likely have, all of it will have an LFO tool on it. I mean a sidechain. Right, so we're going to have to go through that. I'll see you in the next one where we will attack that. Alright, let's continue. We're going to do percussion now. So this is all percussion, and I can group it and just call it percussion. And then we're going to go groups and groups and groups. And then we're going to be cymbals. And then it's organized. I can turn cymbals off. I can turn percussion off. Now, the thing is, I already really like everything that's being played here. So let's see what we have to do. I mean, it sounds good already. Okay, let's just turn things off that isn't doing anything. And yeah, let's just go from the top, because why not? Okay, this might be a problem with bass. So let's just double check this. Let's just make that red so that we pay attention to it. Sometimes it's better to have one solid low end frequency instead of like different things going in and out of it. So let's just pay attention to that. What is this? High toms. Doop, doop. Oh, side frequency thing. Cute. Now, I think with the what they're trying to do is get a little bit more flavor on there. So let's do that. This is fun. So let's just turn all this off and get the doot 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 with the tom, and do the toms first, and then we'll do the rim shots and all that kind of stuff. So let's just loop that. Let's image it. Yeah, it's... And let's do some more fun stuff to this. Let's give it some flavor with Devil Lock. This is a hardcore, absolutely mental compression. Let's just put this EQ behind it for a second. It does flavor. Crush it. Crunch it. Let's do a little bit of weird things too. Let's just check out what it would sound like in effects then. Okay, let's take that. All right. Let's go up slowly. I'm going to leave that alone. It sounds good. What is all this stuff? Let's give that a little bit more decay. And let's get that effect more in the middle. More in the middle. Let's see what this is. This is a bit weird. Let's get an imager out. Let's use it the other way around now. All right, let's listen to the clave. Oh man. Okay, we need a little bit of sidechain there, so we're gonna use the LFO tool for that. Ah man, too funky. A little bit less. It's important to understand the value of groove. You need to understand that when people dance this is the thing that will make them, you know, go like this. Like, but it's important to understand, like, the thing that makes you go like, ooh, that's supposed to have some motsy to it. So I'm gonna take this clave and just spread it out and do some of that devil lock to it, just to give it some balls. Great. Let's get to a little bit of devil lock on there. Devil lock is just a compressor, by the way. Actually, let's do decapitator. Saturation. Don't know if that's going to be smart. Let's not do the decapitator because it's causing more that top frequency, and I don't want that. I kind of want more out of that. Again, I talk in sounds. Quickly just going to use an EQ8 because it's a little bit faster. Yeah, it's a bit heavy, this. sometimes you just need to realize that it's better to do nothing than to do something. Here, we're not touching that because it just sounds great without anything there. Can I put this at the top now? I shouldn't do that. It's just nice. I'm trying to get more of the chunk out of the track, not the bleepies, not the hardcore like ow my ears hurt type of stuff. And I'm cutting out those top frequencies because once we go to a limiter all the way at the end, those really high frequencies will destroy your eardrums. So thank me later. Let's go to the rim shot now. Okay, for the rim shot, the only thing I want is a little bit of top end. And let's think sexy top end. Let's do this one for fun. Actually, let's just stick to that SSL because it was great. It was a great little EQ that we used earlier on. VST, yes. A little bit of top end. Yeah, there she is. Yep. I'm not gonna get rid of the reverb and everything on the channel. I really like this and I see this as just a great channel. So let's not touch that. Percussion wise, let's now have a overall and see if we need to flavor this up. I'm okay with this. I think that sounds fine the way it is. So I'm probably going to go back to this later on. But for now, I'm going to be making a theory class on what are sends. And we're going to make these drums sexy with all the sends. All right, I'll see you in a bit. All right, guys. So a quick little theory part, or what the hell are sends, or what is an auxiliary, what are buses? So let's just talk about that so we can figure this out. A bus is this. That's when you group everything together. So you have one bus, everything's together. A auxiliary or a send are these things here. And what you can do there is you can put a reverb on it, for instance, like it has here. And then with that reverb, you can run certain parts into the reverb, and then you will have reverb on your track while your track is still dry. What? Okay, let me show you. So for instance, we have this button here. This button corresponds with the amount of level volume that goes right into this reverb. So without the reverb, this snare sounds like this. Dry as fuck. Now we put it in there. Oh my God, it has reverb. Now, why the hell would you have a send over an actual reverb or an effects processing unit on the channel? Well, a couple of reasons. The first one is if you put it directly onto the channel, and we're going to copy these settings. Yeah, let's just do this. Just copy this. Let's take this reverb instead. Same reverb. But then this happens. Where the hell did it go? It's attacking. Attacking, like as in there's an attack, and if I put it on there like this, it disappeared. Now the reason for that is when you put a reverb directly on here, you're gonna get rid of the attack. Even if you start adjusting the dry wet like this, you're going to put the sound more and more into the back. But sometimes with a snare or something, you kind of want the attack, the smack you in the face thing still to be there, but you also want a little bit of a tail, so to make things sound wetter. So that's when you start using sends. Now, I am a big fan of sends because with the sends, it's like the final, well, one of the final sheens that you can put on a track. You can do parallel processing. So if you have 1 or 2 reverb set up, like this track, it has 1 long tail and 1 normal reverb, which is still really long. If you have 1 little reverb there, you can pretend that all those samples that are here, and you can put a couple things in there, like the clap and the hi-hat. You put a couple of things in there, they're going to have something called, I call them shared harmonics, so a shared characteristic, a shared flavor, and everything will sound together. So instead of having all these samples on top of each other, and it just sounds like samples on top of each other, you can get this married in matrimony in having the same reverb, having the same distortion, having the same compression, having little echo boy tricks like this one. We're already having 2 things in here. See, we have that. And those little things really add up, and specifically in these sends. So that's what sends are. Is that it? Yeah, send is that. Auxiliary, there. So I'm sure that you can do this in all the other DAWs as well. Look up how to set up an auxiliary in, and then put your name of your DAW. And if you are going to use auxiliaries, we're going to get into this. Make sure you always have it fully wet so that you can dial into it. And next up, we're going to be dialing in all the drums and setting up different sends than what's over here to get everything nice and nice and together. See you in a bit. So now it is time for reverb. So I made a drum reverb send, and what we're going to be doing is putting a reverb in there. Let's have a little listen to the drums. And let's turn off this where is it? This rim shot for a second, because it has a reverb on it, and I'm not really sure I'm going to keep that. So let's have just the dry signal. Actually, let's turn off all percussion for a second. And now let's have a think of what kind of reverb we should have. There was a very long reverb till on here, but we don't need long reverb tills. Let's use the Valhalla plate because we can. The mix for 100% pre-delay not on there. I want top end. So let's just put this in and just leave this like this for now. The most important part is going to be the decay time. So let's just set the decay time according to the snare. And my way of telling how much reverb to put in for a snare drum or for the drum room by itself is the distance between the snare and the kick that comes after it. So it's ka, ka, the ka is the part in the middle. So this is too long because when the kick hits, it's playing at the same time. This is really too long. Still too long. This is about right. Now let's mess with the EQ and flavor this thing a little bit. Let's leave the size and width alone for now. We just need it, you know, sexy. And we can EQ this thing. So let's just give a little bit of high gain just to give it a little bit of shimmer. Shimmery. Okay, low frequency wise, I'm okay. Let's just cut this and see how we feel. Let's mod it. Okay, I'm okay with this, but let's just change this characteristic for a second. I like that. No. No. Nice, I like this. Okay, so now that we have the reverb set up, we can completely forget about it. Just put it away and then slowly send into this. And the rule of thumb is, once you can hear it, that's enough. Enough. Okay, let's do the same thing for that upbeat. Well, the upbeat already has that echo voice. Let's forget about the upbeat for a second. Let's check out the 16 shakers. Just drop it in hard. Cool. That's right. Little bit. Percussion. All of it can use a little bit of reverb, so let's just drop it in. And let's dry wet this down. I'm happy with that. Let's just put this down a bit more. Sexy. All right, so let's keep that drum room the way it is, and let's just turn that on and off to see how sexy that sounds. Ooh. So it's just a little bit of like that top flavor. Now we're going to do a little bit more flavor. There's so much going on, by the way. I kind of want to just delete things, which I shouldn't do. Let's just have a little... Ah, man, I hate it when there's already this many sends. I kind of just want to press delete on everything. I always have that tendency, though. So anyway, let's make another send. And what I want is a top end send. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Okay, great. Actually, let's put it right underneath this drum send, because then we can keep everything focused. I like having a tiny little bit of Aphex Vintage Exciter. It's going to be there for my whatever I need to pop out of the mix knob, and put it on auxiliary mode and slide a little bit in there, just a tad of whatever you think needs to come up front. Like that. Where the hell is that? Is this it? Okay, we're gonna slide it a little bit in there. And slide a little bit in of the snare as well. Specifically this one. No, it's with the white noise snare. Yeah. Turn down the... I messed up the balance. Let's do the overall instead. Little bit of top end. All right, so cymbals, let's have a little look. Every single time you steer into it, put your gain down just a tad, just in case. Now let's have an AB again. I'm going to make an AB button because it's easier. No, not the one, make the number 2. Okay, so let's have an AB. And before... just that tiny little bit of sexy flavor. It's like salt and pepper on your dish, you know? I think for now, wait, can we do anything else? Well, the thing is, this is a cool little trick. Let's go a little bit advanced. I'm gonna make a send that will be cool. I've been doing this quite a lot. Let's do that. Doop, 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 doop. Like that. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy, okay? Let's put it underneath B. Okay. And we're gonna take Goodhertz's wow control. Like, and why would you ever use that? I'll show you. Wow control 3. And we're gonna take doop, doop. We're gonna do that. This one. Doop, doop. And that last one, we're gonna shoot it into the wow. Like this. I'm gonna automate my send now. Like that. And I think it's a continuous loop, so I'll just loop that together. So it's a little bit of automation, or whatever. Now with this wow control, we're gonna do some wow things. We're also gonna drag and drop in a reverb. Let's just take this Valhalla plate because it's easy. Put it behind. Make it long as can be, and let's make it wider so that wow only happens in the width of it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make this very wet. So let's have a listen. Wait, let's just loop this. Okay, what the hell are you doing? Well, sorry. Sometimes I just kind of go, What I've done is every single time the sound goes in here, it'll be a different pitch. So it'll move around. It's pretty cool. Now what we can do as well is we can make the stereo phase very wide. So let's just take this one. And let's do this. That's probably a little bit too much. Let's go over here. Okay, the stereo phase is not really doing too much for me. Cool. So now we have a moving reverb in pitch so that every single time that doop hits, there's something interesting to listen to, really. Let's make sure that it's, you know, barely audible. Make it a little bit faster. Because every single time it's on there. I don't like that one. It doesn't really do the trick. I'm going to go with ping pong delay here because it's not really doing it. I was told specifically to do only third-party plugins, but I kind of just want to repitch this because it's really a cool thing if you get it right. I get an LFO tool. I'm going to map this. This is Max for Live. So let's map this time button. And now we're going to have like... But it's really cool to have this kind of weird shit going on. And we're going to be sending more stuff into this. And I'll call this my tape loop reverb trick. Okay? So now let's take it out of the toilet, because right now it's like somebody's dropped it into that acid vibe. And well, you know what I mean. That one scene in that one old movie, Trainspotting, and the guy goes into the toilet and he gets lost there. That's what it feels like right now. So let's just get it to vibe a little bit more so that he gets out of the toilet and into the club. And remember the old saying, only till you can barely hear it and then it's enough. Okay, so that's enough of the sends. I'm happy with the drums as they are. Next up, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a compression on the total drum bus, and we're going to see how that feels. So you've already watched the compression tutorial I made. So let's get it to get all sexy. Yeah. Alright guys, let's start with compression, and girls by the way, let's start with some compression and get it to glue together. We're going to do a couple of compressors and shootouts of compressors, just like with that one EQ as well, and then all of a sudden we're just like, oh, that's nice. Anyway, a couple different types of compression. We have variable mu, we have FET, I think, and then we have VCA, and then opto. We're going to go straight to VCA and check those out, alright? Couple of compressors that just popped to mind. We have a DBX 160, which is known to get knocks out of things. We're going to get a API 2500, which is known to get ticky type of sounds. Normally speaking, for this genre, this is going to be nice. We have the good old SSL compressor. Where the sorry, I didn't swear. Okay, there you go. V compressor or something like that. Something H compressor, that's it. Then we have the normal, there's a couple of other ones obviously. Then we have Fab Filters, Pro C, let's try that one out as well. And then after that we're going to shoot out as well with Goodhertz's Valve compressor. Now let me tell you a little bit about each of these and its history. There's a bunch of other compressors, but I'm pretty sure that any of these will do the job, but we're going to go through it one by one. Easiest one is going to be the DBX. It's one knob, really, nothing really too special. It's a VCA compressor known for getting the that type of sound to come out. And again, I speak in sound, it's weird. We're going to compress and put the threshold down. That's it. Like, that's all it does. So let's just do that. Now, the easy way to look at this one is if the lights move, your threshold's set correct. Start over here on the number 1 and then move it up slowly. And just listen to the kick drum disappearing. Now, normally I like using this in parallel, so there's a mix knob to put it in, but right now I think this sounds good. Okay, so for this one, let's put in a high-pass filter as well, which is an internal sidechain, so that we can leave the low end alone, and this needle is not going to start pumping that much. Pumping is nice, though. You know, let's compress this more, but then we're gonna put the mix knob in. So let's just compress the snot out of it. And now we're gonna put this mix knob in and we're gonna do something called parallel compression. Okay, so I'm gonna set up each one to be as ultimate as possible. It sounds pretty good, but it's too pumpy. So now let's try a SSL. Again, there's not that many buttons. The only problem with the SSL is that it doesn't have an internal sidechain, so it's gonna again start pumping quite heavily. But let's just put it in anyway. Let's go with a auto release, and makeup gain is already turned on to 3 dB. Let's leave this ratio alone, and let's set the threshold. Oh yeah, and put the timing a little bit slow. So 0.3, 10, 30, that area. Generally speaking, with this compressor, that's nice. Let's go faster on the release. A little slower. Ooh, baby. I like that. Let's turn that down a bit. That's nice. Damn, that is sexy. Okay, sorry, that made me smile too much. Let's try the H compressor now, because that's also not that many buttons. I haven't used this in ages. Let's go 4:1 again. Hello. 4:1 again, so that it's a nice equal amount. And attack, no clue. 0.5 to 100. I haven't used this in so long. Anyway, let's try it out. I already don't like it just because what it's doing to the kick drum, so I'm just gonna delete that. It's always important to listen to the kick drum because of that. That's the main thing. For instance, the 670, which is more of a hip hop thing for me, it immediately, even if you turn it on, it will just start distorting. Here, listen. Even when you turn it off. That's why we're not going to be using that one, because I already know that I don't like it. 2500 API. It's always good, isn't it? But actually, the magic part of this compressor is this tone knob. So this tone knob is just a high pass filter again. So it's that you leave the low end alone. We're going to put it on medium. I'm going to put the knee on soft. I'll leave it on feed forward. I'll explain as I go. And release, we're going to put it there and a little bit over here. And we're going to put the threshold down and smack it until we get that back sound. That. I like that. Let's just play with this attack until we get it nice. Oof, oof, oof. All right, when you get that phase, that oof, then you're doing good. Let's mix that in. It's not working. The kick drum is a little bit too heavy. Let's try the feed back. So feed forward is going to be a bit more aggressive, and the feed back is going to be a little bit less aggressive on grabbing the transients like that. I can already tell I don't like it. Anyway, let's go with this one now. Now, I have never used this that much, but we have to go with it today. Let's go on bus because it is a bus, and let's leave the knee there. That's already a pretty soft knee to begin with. Ratio is 4:1. Attack and release is set like that. Okay, cool. Let's put the auto gain. We'll leave it on because it's not doing that stupid Ableton thing where it goes insane. And attack really fast, release really fast. Let's just open up this attack until we get that ticky sound. I'm just gonna go extreme. Let's put the internal sidechain. Here it is. Actually, now you can visually actually see it. I want to turn this on. Now this is a bit weird. We have to listen to the tick of the snare really being ticked and not the kick drum that much. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's slowly put this in. I kind of don't want to see this, otherwise I look too much, and I don't want to look that much. There we go. Okay. Let's go to the sidechain again. It's not reacting the way I expect it to react. Normally, when I do this, it gets more of an attacky sound. I'm still liking the SSL the most, but here comes this guy. All right, this guy just walks into a bar and slaps you in the face for absolutely no reason. But this is a weird dude. This thing is based on a 303 sampler. Back in 2000, there were these hip hop artists like Madlib, MF Doom, Peanut Butter Wolf, and they would have this compression sound. It was called Vinyl Sim, and it was in that little sampler, and when you would press it, it would make anything come to life. And it was a magic box. It was a shit box as well, because it was just a flavor box. It really didn't do good. Then the guys from Valve Compressor, there was this one guy who took it and just ripped it apart and put it back together and figured out every single setting. Now, there's an advanced setting. And I tell you, when this thing works, it is flavor. So I always go to 2-bus parallel. Again, I'm going to slow down the release a little bit. And we're just going to put this on for now. Weesh. Let's compress that. Valve means full crazy. Let's go crunch. God damn. Let's take a little bit less before. Ooh, man, that's good. So now let's have a shootout. DBX, what do we think? Pretty good. Let's shoot that out with this one. So the SSL is not working because it's killing the vibe. As soon as you stop moving, you did a bad job. No. All right, next up, API versus DBX. They're both good. All right, let's do API versus this one, the Fab Filter one. All right. Nope. Just don't like that. All right. Fucking A. Okay, let's go API versus Valve. Sorry, it's just too much for me. So dirty. Need to like have a shower after this. Ah, man, now it's the decision time. I need to make it, and then once I've made it, you're just gonna kind of stick through it. Let's go DBX versus Valve. I'm gonna do one more decision-making one because it's right now. It's just ugh. Sorry, guys. It's good that you're seeing everything. The API sounds on the spot, like just good. It's just good. Now we're gonna go API because the Valve is just too dirty. We're gonna put the Valve compressor all the way at the end. Don't forget about that one and don't sleep on it. All right, so that's compression. I hope you enjoyed that little compression session. Next up, we're gonna go through the bass. See you in a bit. All right, guys, it is bass time, and my favorite time of the day, obviously. Let me just give you some little tips and tricks on bass, and then after that, we're gonna start mixing the bass. Now, the first little trick is this one. It's called a CLA 3A, and this compressor, it's really nice. It's a little bit faster than a 2A. This is an opto compressor, and what I use this compressor for is to just make sure that the bass will be at a constant level. You don't want your bass frequencies to go in and out of your track too much, unless that's intended, like to do like something like funky. But right now, we just need a thick, low, blob that's just always there. You don't want your low end to kind of go away when a few notes are being played. So my CLA 3A here, you can't really hear anything's being compressed. It only has one button called peak reduction. And it's my tip to you, use it on the overall bass group. All right, it's going to be... On top of that, let's leave that turned off. We're going to get to that in a little bit. Production Music Live have already done this now, but they have this really cool part called a cut bass. And that's where you cut your low end out. And with this cut bass, what you can do is you can do effects processing. For instance, making it wider than it is so that the overall bass sounds like this massive wall of sound. So they have already done this. If we listen to this, the top end is wide. See, this is mono. It's like whoop in the middle. And then all of a sudden, the side, middle, side, middle, side. So it's a really nice way of controlling width and making it sound absolutely epic. On top of this, sharing this cut bass into our shared harmonics here. That's, again, my word. It just means that if we put a little bit of reverb on this, it's going to sound even more epic. If you, get some Aphex Vintage Exciter or that C, that loop. You get this really cool thing, but you only do it to the cut bass. To the low end bass, you don't really do that much. You just kind of leave that alone. I don't suggest cutting your low end bass per se. What I do suggest is when you get your EQ out, let's just quickly do this with an EQ8 because it loads like boop, instant. What you can do with your low end is you take your EQ and you take an EQ as well on the kick drum. Guys probably don't even have yet. Yep, exactly. Look where your kick drum is located. So you just have a literally look. Wow, I found it instantly. That's absolutely insane. So it's at 46.4 hertz. That's where the main... the balls are. And you just paste your little EQ. So you have the 46.6. And then in the bass line itself, you make a static EQ. You just kind of put that out of the way. Now, this is only the case when you don't have side chaining. So we're going to be using an LFO tool for side chaining. But basically what I'm trying to say is, when you have the kick and the bass playing together at the same time and they're both sharing the same frequencies, sometimes it can get a little bit over the top and you can get these beautiful farting noises, which is, not something you want in your track. that much. Sometimes it's a nice aesthetic. Most of the time, it's a bit shit. All right, so enough with the puns. I'm really on a roll with those today. I will see you in a bit where we're going to be applying these techniques I've been talking about, and we're going to see how it's going to fit in with each other. See you in a bit. Hey guys, just a quick little talk about saturation, because I'm going to be using heavy amounts of saturation to create this top end layer in bass. Most likely in the next video you'll see that. But right now, what is saturation? It might sound a bit weird. Or what is distortion? A friend of mine explained this to me, and he said it as follows. The only thing that distortion is a completely overcompressed signal. Because what you do at the end of the day is you get your signal. Let's just get a sine wave somewhere. Let's just pretend that this is the signal. The only thing you do with that signal is you turn it up and you clip it really hard, and then eventually your signal will look like this, tuck, 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 instead of like this. And it will sound like that waveform looks. If you distort it like a crazy amount, it will sound like a square wave. If you distort it a little amount, it'll sound like a triangle wave, because that's what you're doing. You're cutting it a little bit. And if you distort it, you don't distort it, it's just a sine wave. So let me show you that and in practice, and it'll be fun. So here we have a sine wave, and it's super chill. Nothing's going on. Sine wave is that waveform that goes like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to saturate it so it looks like, or at least it sounds like that. So a triangle wave, by the way, sounds like this. So remember the sound. A little bit of an edgy one in comparison. Let's get a saturation type. So most of the time when you use something called a Kramer tape or any tape saturation, you're going to get more of a triangular type of saturation. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the record level up. We're going to misuse this thing. We're going to take this flux knob, and that will control top end harmonics. Top end harmonics are these things, by the way. Let me show you. They're harmonics that will come here on the top. So right now you have only this singular note, and we're going to create harmonics on the top via saturation. See? And now we have harmonics on the top. Now remember what that triangle used to sound like? Kind of the same, right? So you're kind of in between both. So you're creating this nice little flavor. Now you can also move this around. But now you know what tape saturation sounds like. It's like a triangle amount. Now, let's just pretend that we want to distort the living snot out of it. Now, one level, well, a whole lot of levels up from this is to completely over distort it, and then it's going to sound more like this. And then we're going to have all these top end harmonics coming through. So let's just take another little plugin to do that. So putting it back to sine wave. And we're going to create top end harmonics with, I'll just do overdrive for now, because I don't usually do crazy amounts of distortion. I mix, I don't do like massive crazy things like that. So we're going to put the dry wet all the way up, the dynamics all the way up. Let's just put everything all the way up. Absolutely mental. All right, whatever. Now let's have a little look. I'm going to turn this down just in case for your ears. Let's actually turn that off because it's not going to sound nice. And we have this top end harmonic. So let's turn that on. Ah, man, that really hurts the top. Now remember that sound? We're going to press play again on a saw wave. Kind of the same, not really, but it's good that you understand and feel these types of distortions, and then when you listen back to your own song, when you're mixing it, really think to yourself, what kind of distortion do I need? Do I need a square distortion, so you have lots of top end harmonics, lots of this top stuff, or do I need a warm distortion? My distortion type is almost always a Kramer tape going into an amp. That's almost always the same, because it just does this tiny little part. It doesn't do, that top screamy stuff. If you're, however, doing crazy drum and bass, then obviously distort that top end, but most of the time your sound design will already have had that. So I will see you in the next one, where we're going to not only distort it, we're going to do some mid-side processing on it. And yeah, it's going to sound just that right amount of good. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll see you in a bit. All right, apply things. First and foremost, have a listen. That's always important. Now, the thing that's immediately apparent to me is I hate... No, that's a strong word. I dislike that 2008 dubstep dimension expander sound. You can tell it's a dimension expander just by when you turn off the button. Like if you press start and stop, it goes after, and it's just like this cheap thing, and it just reminds me of a decade ago, and we're not... see, there it is. Just don't like it. So it's kind of like a slap delay, but it's not really sexy. Now there is a way in here to also do this yourself. I forgot how it worked. I think it's like this. No, there must be a button for this. So pitch cutoff. So like that. Now we're phasing the track, and then let's put this on. There you go. And if you compare that to this, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Those are the two. I mean, I'm trying to remember from the dubstep days how they did that, but this was my preferred option. To set the width and make it loud again. Shoot, excuse me. Mono. Ooh, yeah. Okay, now let's listen. It sounds like a rock song is about to start from the 80s. I like this sound. I'm not going to replace this EQ8 because it's just a low cut. So now we have this set up. Before I started, there was also a sidechain on this whole thing. Let's set up a sidechain as well. There's a sidechain on both ends. Now, because we have it split up, what we can do is put more sidechain on the low end than on the top end. But now I'm just being lazy and I just kind of want to have the sound, and then from there I'll fix it. Oh. So if you don't want to have any clicking or ticking, make sure that this is set right there. If you still have clicking, by the way, this is another little tip, put the beginning like that. But we don't need that. We need it, I'm getting confused myself. We need it, boop, there we go. Now, CLA3A, I don't need that yet, I think. Let's just first work on the effects processing and the low level and how much level we need to begin with. So I kind of already like the mix that this has. So it's already a really good thing. But nevertheless, we're going to completely mess that up. So let's just first take away the low end bass to begin with. And let's just set the level according to this cut bass into the drum. So we're going to play everything at the same time. We're just going to kind of lower it and then slowly go in it and then feel what we think is needed. And go from there. Now I'm like listening beyond what is supposed to happen. Anyway, let's just also put this in. A bass trick here is to slowly put this in until the track feels warm again. That's all it is. Okay, don't look at the screen either. Wow, I got exactly the same. Let's put the volume back to 70. happy with that. It's a nice little mix of that. It's exactly the same amount because this was on 0 and this was on -2. So now let's use the CLA 3A just for safety measures. Put that before all the processing. The LFO tool always goes after everything, okay? Let's put this here and let's just do some peak reduction. Put the gain down a bit. Nice. All right, so that's just a little trick there. Normally it's quite easy to look at the meters and just kind of tell when you're doing too much or too little. Normally speaking, when I'm in 808 land for hip hop, what I'll do is I'll take the peak reduction, and in 808 land, when it goes boop, 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 zoop, like that, you set your peak reduction according to that top little spike thing, and then you set your bass that way. This time I'm just making sure that it's kind of moving. Transparent and sexy all at the same time. Okay, so I want this bass to be massive. Let's put some reverb on this bass, either this one or this one. Most likely this one's going to be too much and this one's going to be too little. We're going to set up another reverb somewhere. Let's just drop it in fully, see what happens. I like it. Let's also give a little bit of Aphex Vintage just to make it stand out. Actually, let's do the Aphex Vintage to this low-end bass because this one already is cut. So this one is doing a filter cut overall, and this one's staying steady. So I can control the steady state of this low-end bass by putting top end in it. That sounds awesome. Specifically when this doesn't play anymore because there's parts of that, this Aphex is going to sound nice. Nice. Okay, a little bit of top end sheen there. Another part, we're probably going to get to that later. I'm probably going to end up splitting this low end bass in two because we have this whole part of the track where I really would like to have top end spread. All right, so that's that for this. Let's now go over the bass bus. So once everything is set up nice, we don't really have to EQ much or do anything too silly because it's already sexy. What we want to do is saturate. Now, I absolutely love putting amps at the end of a cut and low bass together because you can get some extremely nice distortion and saturation to kind of make speakers breathe. I'm going to do a little shootout again. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use this, but I'm going to use it anyway. I normally always use amp in the bass setting and then just drive it in. We're going to do a shootout with that one. Make sure that the LFO tool's at the end. And let's do Radiator from Sound Toys. Yeah, okay. And let's shoot out with Saturn as well. I've never actually used this, so let's just have some fun and see what happens. All right, you guys ready to amplify this bad boy? Let's start with a little bit of this amp just to see what it feels like. And turn it down and then slowly turn it back up. Oy, oy, oy. That's nice. Okay, now let's try this one out. Actually, let's try out the more difficult one, this Radiator, and then after that we'll do Saturn, because I don't know how to use it. Radiator is a mixer amp. This thing only does absolute mentalness when you drive the snot out of it. Not only the input, but also the output. I'm just gonna try to figure out how to turn this down, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Now, let's try this one out as well. Let's see what we have here. I want bass, drums, effects, guitar amps. There's no bass amp? Makes me kind of sad, actually. Synth bass clipper. Okay, there we go. Let's make it wide. Okay, let's have a little look in this thing. No clue how this works. Yeah, I might go back to this a little bit. Oh, the mix is only 19%. Let's make that a little bit more. That's weird. It's like it's making my top end go to the right. I don't know, this one's not gonna... I'm not feeling it. I'm sure that you can do an amazing amount with it, but I'm not feeling it. Also, let me check where this is going. Is this going left, right? Is this being... Is that being left, righted? No. So, like, no. That's just weird. So, I'm gonna choose which one to take, radiator or amp, via a good old-fashioned shootout. But we should do that shootout with a little bit of a adjustment in volume as well. And we need to listen to the rest of the track. This one is just mental. I was doing the A-B without looking at it, and whatever it's on now, that's 1. So the amp wins for me solely on the part that it's just rumbling the low end. It's just like like that. I'm sure you can do the same with the Renaissance bass plugin, but for me, this is sexy right now. So I'm gonna keep it and break the rule of everything else. Sorry, Production Music Live guys. Just like this one. Don't get mad, all right? So this is nice. I like this bass. The bass sounds good. It was already good to begin with. We're going to go on to harmonies and do some harmonic mixing and some really fun things. And there's another bass replacement. I just don't get where all these bass replacements are coming from. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Let's continue messing with this bass. I was looking at this bass and I was thinking to myself, there is an issue that's going to happen. And that issue is that this cut bass is only being played over here and over here, but it's not being played over here. So that means that this low end bass is just going to be this mono blob. And I kind of find that a bit boring. So what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate this bass. So just duplicate it like any other bass. Call it a mid bass. And we're going to do some processing on it so that it kind of flows around and it becomes an organic piece. And we're going to do the same type of processing that this cut bass has. So that means that we're going to give it a little bit of side information. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to give it some harmonics. I'm going to use the Kramer tape saturation. Blah. Kramer tape is nice because it gives a little bit of warm saturation. Sounds weird, but it does work. Let me get myself a Fab Filter Pro Q2, and I'm putting the Kramer tape before the fab filter. Okay, that's important because we need to get this tape to be abused with the low end in it. So that's what we're going to do really quick. And then we're going to cut this one pretty steep as well, because I don't care if it's going to sound like a fart, because I'm literally going to make it fart now. And we're going to record it heavy and then have a listen to just this mid bass. Okay, now let's get this flux knob, move it around a bit. No, I need more level. Let's put on 7.5 inches per second. Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this area here. Let's give it a little bit of a high shelf as well, a little bit of a boost. And the top end. High shelf. There we go. I know this looks absolutely insane, but we're going to do something else to it. We're going to take an LFO tool. This is Ableton only. I'm not sure if you can do this, but basically the only thing this does is do an automation for us. So it's a low frequency oscillator. We're going to map our flux knob to this. And what this will do is it will move this around automatically. And it'll give, eventually when I'm done with it, a really organic way of shaping this mid bass constantly throughout the track. And I don't have to do any automation. So anyway, let's just put it on a rate. We're going to slow it down a lot. And let's put the depth down as well. And we can offset it to a specific area. So when I listen to the track, I noticed that, let's make it really fast. I noticed that between 370 and about this, it sounded really good. So I'm just going to put this down until I see that the knob is going to that area. There we go. Okay, let's put the rate down again. Make it nice and slow. And then when this bass plays throughout the track, it's going to constantly move around and it'll sound like a organic track. As in, it's not static. It's not always exactly the same, which is nice in the genre. So, besides having this constant change, we're going to also shift it around a little bit and do some mid-side processing. So there's a chorusing that you can do. There is that ozone imager that we can do for mid-side processing to create side. But we're going to use Sound Toys because it has character. I really want just to start messing with the sound now. So let's use something called micro shift. I think this is the one. Yep. And with this micro shift, what will happen is it will go to the sides. See, there you go. Middle, side. Try different styles. I can't really hear the difference. Try this. No, keep it fully. Let's do the detune max. Oh, it's too much. Okay, let's try loose. Okay, cool. So I'm just going like as far as I possibly can with this mid bass, and then we're gonna add this low bass back in. Now let's just take this out for a second. I'm gonna give it a little bit more juice. I'm gonna put it into the Aphex Vintage side. I kind of want this to come up to the front. So without, a bit boring, a little bit too much in the middle, you know? it's there now. So before it's not, it's just not there, and now it's there. Let's mess with this a little bit more. And let's make this cut a little bit less steep. And there's a massive peak here. Constantly at the same place at 8,000. So I'm just going to make sure that that is not going to kill me later on when I put a limiter on it. So I'm just going to get rid of that. Is there a curve here where I can just cut? Notch. Boop. There we go. Now it's gone. I have to move it a tiny bit. There you go. Alright. So that's another reason why it's nice to use this EQ, because you can see problems in top areas. So if you have like hearing problems, then it's nice to see the top end to make sure there's not like some weird spike there. And there was a little bit of a weird spike. It was playing at like minus 80 dB, but, you know, let's just be safe and get rid of that. Okay, good. So we have that. Now let's put this back in. A/B it. Yeah, it's just a little bit warmer. At the end of the day, these little things really do add up. Anyway, that's it for this track. So we have that going on. It sounds pretty good. We're going to go on to the next one where we're going to be going over harmonics. All right, guys, let's move on to harmonies. Let's see. We have this harmonies thing here. I put this leads part because this hypno lead and whistle pluck are the main leads, and we're gonna start off with the leads to begin with because they play the biggest part in the track. We also have something called whoop, and we have something called pad playing right now. So I'm just gonna put those in order of what is actually playing in this tiny little drop section, and then later on I'll fix it. Now, I already had a quick look in here and it already sounds good. So normally I would say, you know, just drop a master on it and it'll be fine. And for fun, I'm actually just going to drop a master on this to see if I can make this techno before sound good with just the mastering process. Anyway, let's continue going with the hypno lead and the main part about it that is going to be bothersome. And that is the hypno lead and the whistle pluck, and this whole song is full of these filter sweeps. And filter sweeps are fantastic, don't get me wrong here. The only issue with filter sweeps is that they increase in volume. So when you filter something down, the volume of that track is quite quiet and it's not really there. And when you create a drop section where, you know, it goes open, 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 and cut, then with this opening, opening, opening towards the drop, so towards the main element, for instance, at this whatever, there'll be a part where that comes in because it's just part of the genre. The main problem is that volume increases happen, and when the drop happens, it doesn't actually drop. It just kind of goes, wah, boop, 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 and it doesn't really do the job. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a transparent compressor that will just keep the volume. When it comes up, it'll just turn it down softly. And that transparent compressor is called a CLA2A. And the reason why it's transparent is because its attack time and release time are both not fast. It's just quite a slow compressor. And I like this compressor because it has one button. And if it has one button, it's good in my book. So let's have a little listen first to this part, the hypno lead by itself. Turn everything off here. There we go. All right, so it's pretty steady, but then over here, volume increase. In comparison to, it's only a small volume increase, but it's definitely going to be noticeable when everything else is going whoop, 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 like that. So yeah, we're going to get a compressor here. We're going to turn that on, and in the quiet part, what we want this compressor to do is to do about -1 dB. Like something like this. More than enough. Let's put the gain down so that we have the same volume. More or less. Okay, fine. So you saw that we had -1 in this part, and then if we go over here, -3, -2. As you can see, the release time is really slow, so that when it comes back, it just kind of goes back really slowly. So you're never going to have this whap, 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 that kind of sound. It's just like that. So this is really nice on this Hypno lead, and I'm going to leave it like that. Now, this Hypno lead unfortunately has a lot of reverb on it, but it's part of the aesthetic. I just want to also tell you about this 1176. Normally, this is nice to do when you have a percussive element. If you go to this 76 and then go to load and go to Blackie and then go to rock my vocals, it's immediately set up correct or as good as it can be. What you can do is this. And what this magic combination does is that this CLA 76 really makes your fast percussive sounds or fast rap vocals to go like that. So it's really cool to have. And then the CLA 2A after kind of controls peaks. You can also do it the other way around, and then you control peaks before you go into the 1176. Anyway, this would work if there would not be so much reverb on it, but getting rid of the reverb in this massive patch is, I think, not nice, because as part of the aesthetic of this genre, we kind of have to have this overall crazy amount of reverb in this Harmonics track, and it's done with so much taste. I'll get to how it's tasteful in a bit. Let's now check the volume. So we're just going to turn it down. Actually, this is turn it down and turn it back up until it makes sense in the track. I suggest you don't look at it when you do volume changes. There's also a sidechaining thing going on, so I'm just going to sidechain it a bit. Sometimes when you sidechain, volume changes become a little bit apparent as well. So let's just put this sidechain in here. A little bit less. I'm pretty much just listening to the drums and seeing if it fits. Alright, so let's also pay attention a little bit to that mid-side processing, because it's a tad wide. Let's have a little look at the ozone imager just to see how wide we are. Yeah. As you can see, we're all the way in the beginning. I told you, like, you know, try to be in this area and not over here. Like, this is more of a pad area, so we're gonna put this Hypno lead back into Civilization. And let's help this out a little bit. This song has so much just mid-sizeness about it that we have to pay attention to. Okay, so everything looks pretty good here. Now we can also increase the volume a bit. Gonna sound this sounds better. Okay, cool. So now that we have that fixed, let's EQ it. I don't know, in my head or in this studio, mid-side is it's so noticeable that I kind of always have this space where the track needs to be. Let's get a little bit of an EQ going on this little lady as well. I don't need anything special here because it's already good, so I don't need like special EQ types, just a little bit of a cut. Okay, I like that bottom end. Did you hear that? Like up, up, up. That was really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a little bit of bottom end. Now it sounds a little bit lopsided, but I'm gonna now feed that into Aphex. Lopsided, what I mean with that is, if you look at a tilt shift EQ, a tilt shift EQ is this. This is a tilt shift. And if you look over here, this little line, this is what represents a tilt shift. So you can either tilt it all the way up or tilt it all the way down. And when I say lopsided, it means it's lopsided a little bit like this. It has too much low end information. And if it's too much high end information, it's like that. But before I felt it was a little bit too much high information. Now it's a little bit too much that. So then I am balancing it out with a little bit of Aphex Vintage Exciter. Because I need the top end to kind of shine, and then it sits in the mix, the sound, with the that sound, and at the same time we get a little bit of top end, so that that overall excitement is there as well. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so we're just doing all that with our hearing. Let's do the whistle pluck now as well. It's gonna have the same issue as the other track. It's not an issue, it's not a bad thing, but it's slowly coming up, and the volume increase is just going to be a little bit over the top. So we're going to take that CLA to A, drop it there as well. Let's see how the volume is on that one. I want a little bit more gain reduction on the top end, so let's just go here. So let's put a little bit of gain reduction at the bottom, so you have about 1 dB. Oh, perfect. So if you just set that beginning at 1 dB, then you can close it, set the level with the main level thing, and then look, it'll be about 3 dB here. Sounds a bit weird, but it just always works. So let's just put this in. And let's put the same LFO tool there as well. And just volume it in and just kind of go like it. Cool. Now let's take this whistle pluck and mess with that a bit more. I don't know if you're starting to know the common trend, but this whistle pluck is right down the middle. So we're gonna now give that whistle pluck a little bit of play. Let's use that micro shift because it's fun. And let's take this micro shift and mix in a little bit of width. Little bit of flavor. Let's also listen to the hypno lead at the same time and then get our balance in the side. Alright, that works. Okay, sorry, that just works in one go. I'm putting them both in the same space. In my studio, that's here. So middle, side, that's about there. Alright, so yeah, I'm happy with that space. That sounds nice. Set the volume. Let's check that actually, because then you guys have a visual image of what that looks like. Ozone Imager, and let's just have a look at this. And if my calculations are correct, I think it's about here now. Oh man! Spot on. Alright, so we can go a little bit wider. Nice, I'm really happy with that. Let's call it a day for this one. I'm going to come back and do some overall processing, and then I'll see you in a bit where we're going to go through the rest. Alright, so let's do a little bit of processing on the overall leads. They play a really big role, and I kind of want them to be bigger than they are. This whistle pluck sounds like it's a bit in a bathroom for now, just due to the amount of reverb used. This is a bit annoying, but just turn that down. It's a tad. I'll fix that in a bit, but what I want to do right now is give it flavor, and we're going to flavor it with another compressor, and not Golfos. We're going to flavor it with the Valve compressor. I really like this compressor because it just does too much. It's just a compressor it just shows up to work, shits on the boss's desk, and like leaves. But sometimes that's great, you know? And yes, I just said that. Let's go over to the presets, go over to Dangerous Attack or Heavy Clipping or something like that. And let's have a click through and see what we can do. Turn down the volume also. Let's have a listen. Let's just listen to that for a second. I really want to just have a listen. So if we make the release faster, we're going to get like a crazy crunch going on. What this compressor is now doing is what I wanted to do with that CLA 76. It's creating this and this compressor right now is making the whistle pluck and hypno pluck fight with each other over space. So don't do this too much. All right. Not doing all too much, but I'm pretty sure that when we put both in it, it will be nice. It's just a little bit dirtier. It's just a little bit more disgusting. So we're going to keep that in there for now. And I have another couple tricks up my sleeve, but I don't want to do that just yet. Let's just put an EQ behind this just to be sure that we don't do anything too silly, because this Valve compressor does add all of a sudden sub bass. Not the nice type of sub bass, just the noise sub bass. So let's just cut that out. And have a listen. thinking of how this micro shift might be a bit too bathroomy. Alright, what we're gonna do is, because we put that compressor at the back and it's doing a lot of disgusting stuff, we're gonna put the LFO tool overall on this lead plug behind all the processing. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm going to leave that one the way that is. There's a little bit of fatness. Make sure to put that LFO tool always behind all your compression. Delete that. Yes. And then we have a good sound. Like, it's so thick and oh my god, that type of sound. But in all actuality, we still have headroom left. We still have dynamic range left. We still can do a lot to the sound to make it even better. Anyway, let's start adding in the whoop and the pad and those type of things. Ooh, yeah. There's so much reverb going on that I kind of want to just start messing with the reverbs a little bit to keep it in check. So this whoop reverb is fantastic, but let's just tame it just a tad, okay? Alright. Happy with that. Let's give that an LFO tool as well. And the placement of it again in the mid side, I think that this project should be called mid side project, is a little bit weird. So let's just start messing with it. Let's just get the ozone imager because I don't want to add anything to that whoop sound. It is already absolutely amazing as is, but I just want to have a little look around what's going on here. Yeah, it's so mono. Let's just widen that up. Let's get rid of that whoop sound. That's the sixth sound. It literally sounds like my dog is barking in the back every single time that whoop comes in. So I'm gonna dedicate this track to my dog named Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So that's Buffy. Okay, let's move on. Yes, I have a cat and a dog, by the way. So let's move on to this pad. This pad is extremely interesting to me because it really takes a good producer to do this. This hypno lead, this whistle plug, and this Buffy is currently creating a massive reverb tail. Now, the guy who produced this not only did understand that, but also then mixed in this pad to give all this a tail so that the reverb actually sounds like a that sound in the back. I was really blown away when I listened to that by itself. Anyway, pad sounds already absolutely amazing. Let's just have a look at the filter cut. Does it do anything too crazy? If it does something too crazy, then we can get a CLA 2A, but to be honest. Okay, so there's a compressor there. That means that there is a sidechain, there's an EQ, and a little bit of reverb. I like the flavor of this way too much, so I'm not changing this. What I am changing is the LFO tool. There needs to be an LFO tool. Now we can decide on when is it too much sidechaining as well. So do we need to sidechain that reverb so it comes in and out like really heavy like this? Might be a bit cheesy, but I actually like that. Let's do some trickery to this thing. Again, I'm gonna be talking about mid-side, but this time we're gonna talk about left-right. We're gonna move it from left to right by itself automatically and do two things to different parts. So let's just duplicate this part. We have two. Let's group that. Let's call this pad and maxi pad, and then we're gonna take this auto pan. I don't know of another plugin, so I'm just going to use this. Put that, obviously, the LFO tools at the end. Put this amount up. Let's put it on a, I don't know, 3, because then it's always different. And we're going to copy this one, which is over there, and we're going to put this one over here, a copy of that. I'm going to click on invert, and then we have a constant moving around. Ooh, spooky. But then let's take a tuning mechanism, something to tune it. I don't have anything to tune third party. Oh no, I do. I have a little altar boy. Isn't that a thing? Yeah, this. Let's tune this pad just a tad. Just a tad, so that it becomes different than the previous one. So let's do that. Oh, that's too much. Just like that. I think that's enough. Actually, you know what? Let's take this altar boy and also put it here. And then place that up a little bit. A little bit less, it's a little bit over the top. I think that's good, because then we have just a tiny little bit of movement again. It's just constant movement of voices and sound. I'll leave that the way that is. Then we have a break arp, and then after that there's not that much left. Let's just have a listen to what this is. Woo! Okay, there's already an LFO tool there, so... It sounds absolutely amazing, but what we're going to do with that, we're going to give that a really nice tail of something, and that's what we're going to do in the next episode, where we're going to go over some little sends, some sends that will be nice to have a listen to. All right, I'll see you in a bit. So we had that little thing, which was the break arp, this one. And in that moment in time, effects are also running. So that's great and everything's nice, but let's create some effects that will affect itself. So it's just an easy way to kind of send into it, and then it will just do the job. So here we have that tape loop trick, which is constantly moving and being altered sound. So let's just drop into that, and then after that we're going to make another one as well. So that when this break arp is finished, and it'll go poof, or other way around. Okay, so let's get this one and give it a little bit of a C and then go like this, and that's it. Did that work? Very quiet, isn't it? Did I turn this down too much? Yes, I did. Oops. Let's see if that works, because sometimes when there's so much reverb already going on, this is not a smart thing to do. I can't hear it. Did I use this thing at all? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this tape loop trick. Let's just see if I can actually hear it. If you can't hear, oh yeah, here's the rule for you. If you can't hear it, don't have it. Can't hear it, don't have it. All right. It's a nice trick when you don't have that much reverb everywhere. Let's go for another little trick that we have, and that is, I just started doing this the other day. And it's so cool. With Echo Boy. So I have Echo Boy Jr., which is a little bit different. Remember, this is just to create that shaky effect. And this is Echo Boy Sr. He's an old man. He's a nice guy, though. Anyway, let's go and touch his knob and move it over to Rhythm Techno. And Echno, sorry. Does it say Echo? There we go. Open this up and open this time button. So this knob, and this knob. Okay, that's the buttons that you have to press. And then we have something called warp here, and we can warp the track. I'll show you in a second what it does. I'm just gonna fix everything right now. Boop. And let's give it a little bit more repeats, something like that. Okay, let's keep it on 8. Do something like that. Put the rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer. And then put the wet up. Okay, so what this will do is, let's pick something here. Let's pick this thing. So D, it'll do this. Wrong button. It'll do this. All right. So it does that, but then we can shape it. So we can now think of what do we need to stand out and what can we do to make this mix a little bit more interesting. Okay, so that it might be interesting. Like that last there. Let's take that one and smack it into the Echo Boy, so it goes to the first one again. All right, let's see if that will work. And let's press play over here. Okay, cool, that works. Now, the only thing we have to do is set the timing of that drum track to be nice. And let's make the pan shape. Again, we're going to do mid-center type of stuff. Let's make this double. That's on the side. Then we can warp it a bit. And I'm getting the sound to stop specifically at the kick drum that comes in again. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. Okay, so let's keep that the way that is. And then let's change the style here, because this is where Echo Boy starts to shine. And Sound Toys in general, its saturation is awesome. let's just go through this stuff, and let's just say master tape. We're going to go through all of them. We're going to put the saturation type max. We just put it to the max, see what it sounds like. Cool, let's try a couple other ones. Cool, let's try some other ones. That's a weird one, isn't it? I like this one. The cheap tape one sounds best. Okay, let's go wide as snot. And then let's adjust volume here as well. So let's put it down. Down. And something is only interesting when it constantly moves around, so that's what we're going to be doing. Okay, we're going to duplicate that, and then we're going to get rid of this part. And then let's move it around with a phase mistress, because everybody needs a little bit of side, a little bit of weirdness. Let's get some slow stereo sweep. And then every single time this hits, it'll be a little bit different. And then it's constantly evolving oddness. It's a little bit of oddness, but at the end of the day, these things really start to add up. So let's take this one and just place it here. And then this will always be there. Now let's listen to that in the mix. Tiny amount, but it's a tiny amount of ear candy where somebody who will be a major fan will go like, what the fuck? So that. I'm happy with that. So that's a little bit of ear candy. Listen, can we do that to anything else? Maybe in the lead or maybe in the Buffy the Dog sound. Where is it? I didn't hear anything, did you? Oh, it doesn't hurt anything. I mean, I'm actually kind of happy with that. Let's make that effect not that subtle anymore. Let's just turn up the volume of that effect a little bit. Yes. Yep. Oops. Cool. I'm happy with that. Is there anything else we can kind of, throw in there a little bit? No, this is good. All right, so good. We're also, I'm noticing something that we're going major into the red right now. And that is all to do with this break arp. So we're going to take this break arp and do a little bit of adjustments, and we're going to just do that with the CLA 2A again. Same thing as always. Just set the volume here. Just make sure that it doesn't do that crazy volume increase. There you go. Problem solved. Alright, so these are all the little problems. I think next up, what the main thing will be is to put a 2-bus imaging on air. Is that on? Oh, thank God it's not on. So we're going to put some 2-bus processing on here to have a major feel of what the track can become. And then we're going to go back and fix everything and go over all the little details that are still there. Because right now we're in our halfway point. I have a listen to our halfway point comparison to how it got in. So this is what it was before. Obviously, there's a volume increase with this one, but, you know... I'm happy with that as it is right now. So that's that for now. That's that for creative sends and the last little things. Next up will be 2-bus, where we can really get this thing to come together and sound just disgusting, to be honest, which is a good thing. All right, see you in a bit. So it's my favorite part of the day. It's not bass time right now, but it's actually 2-bus time. Now 2-bus, in this part, we can get that final sound, that final together glue that people keep talking about. And I have a couple of tricks up my sleeve to get that sound. Let's get this valve compressor here. I've been using it in this project quite a lot now, but it's just fantastic. There's a preset called 2-bus glue, I think. Yeah, 2-bus glue. It pretty much just does the job automatically for you. Let's just turn this down. And let's have a little listen to what this is doing, okay? It's not doing that much right now, so let's just put the dry valve up, so it's a 100% valve. Okay, so it's making the kick drum really pop out at you. Let's make the attack time a little bit slower. And now let's mix in the dry valve amount. I don't know if you've noticed, but also the top end is slowly becoming EQ'd in a little bit. So it's basically giving a massive bump as well. So it's pretty cool. So let's also use this crunch knob, which is going to distort the overall channel. I know, it's weird. You can hear it now. A little listen. Very clean. And this on, it's like somebody wasn't that nice to the mix. It's good to have a little bit of dirt in your mix as well. People like to have that. So now let's use Golfos to clean up the mess. This guy always shows up after the valve compressor to like make sure that everybody's still happy. And we're gonna click on recover, and what recover will do is it will open back up the dirty amount that we're adding in. Okay, so we're just gonna do that really fast and just have a little listen. Okay, so what I've now done is I've set up a artificial intelligent EQ, which is bringing up the sounds that were being covered up by the valve compressor, and now we're getting this distortion, this saturation type that is quite unique. I tend to really like it a lot. Now with the tame, what you do is you kind of cut out some of the distortion. So I'm having some issues right now in this mix at this area where there's too much going on. but we have to get some shit in it to begin with. I did this in another mix and master as well, and I also have a video on how to use the golf fuzz compressor, so go to Cat and Beast to check that out as well. But really simply, just use your ears and see how it feels. Recover, just put in a little bit in it and see how it feels. Now, I'm going to have a little bit more of a listen. With Brighten, what we can do is we can brighten the track so that it's going to be more favorable for the top end. And with Boost, what I can do is give a more favorable low end boost. Okay, so now we have to constantly A/B at this stage, quite a lot. So I'm just going to do that and have a little listen to before and after of this 2-bus process. Aggressive, but it's quite nice. So what this is doing is it's creating, as I always say, like I want a constant moving track, something that's constantly just evolving into something else. So the bass is doing that, the harmonics are constantly moving, everything is constantly moving around and doing weird shit. This golf fuzz is not statically fixing, it's not a static EQ, it's moving according to what is being played at what time. So it's a constant moving organic sound. So what we get from the static mix of Production Music Live, everything will sound very, well, it's just there and it's layered on top of each other, and, it's a good production. And then this one, it's like this moving thing. So I'm really happy with this 2-bus, and I'm continuing with this philosophy of movement, of people dancing like this. All right, so that's that. That's my magic button. Watch out with the valve compressor. You can overdo it really easily. Now, a little bit of theory, I guess, as well, all the way at the end of this video. This 2-bus compression, the way you normally use it is to get the SSL master bus compressor, and the master bus compressor is this one. And what this is known for is creating glue on a track. Now, the normal setting for creating glue on a track is to think about the attack time, to say, I need more kick drum or more snare drum. Then put this attack time to 30, 10, or 3. If you go from 3 down, then you're going to get, or 1 and 3 here, you're going to get more of a ticky type of sound. And then you go to 0.3 and 0.1, you only do that if there's too much smacking of sound. Release sound, the auto is supposed to be the magic button that does everything automatically for you, and it does a pretty good job. If not, the release, try fast release, but not too fast. So between 0.3, 0.6, then you'll get more of a sucking sound, like that. And with 0.1, it'll just be like that. So it'll be more of an attacky sound. So think about it like that. If you need more attack, it's slow attack, fast release. If you need less attack, it's fast attack, slower release. And that's the normal way 2-bus works. And we went beyond that. We have a slow attack, fast release. We have crunch, which is just distortion. It's disgusting. We have parallel compression going on as well. And we have another parallel compressor on the crunch again on top of that. So this is a really disgusting compressor to use. Then we have the golf fuzz doing the constant move. Okay, so that's that. I know that's probably like, but what does 2-bus do? It's the same. Watch the compression video. It's the same as this one. It's the same as this one. Next up, I'm going to make a really fast master to see if I can get the sound to evolve even more. And then we're going to go over the whole track to see if everything fits together. See you in a bit. Now, the final thing I like doing before going on is to just have a good little listen to how far can we push it and what is going on exactly. So we're going to go into the master. I'm going to do a quick master, and then after that I'll explain what I'm doing. But I need to do this fast, and from there we can see how far we can push things. The first thing I always check is how far can I push my mid-side balance. I do that with an imager. Use this with moderation. You can really mess up your track in this way. Sometimes it's really needed, but I'm just going to remove a couple of bands and just have a quick check on the stereoize information. And remember, this is exactly as I said, mid-side processing. It's just, I just want to see how far can I push this band. It's currently playing over here. It's already looking good. So the top mids, they can be a little bit wider because the low mids are pretty wide already. So what I'll do is I'll just take this band and I'm just going to increase a little bit of stereoize and just see how it just messes with the song. Okay, so that means in my head, if the imaging is done correct, then we don't have to do any more imaging. I think the mid-side balance is already pretty good. Let's just have a quick little test as well on the good old equalizer. And what I'm going to do with this equalizer is just have a little playthrough. So if I press Alt, I can move around like that. And I'm going to click gain match as well. And then it will automatically adjust gain. I also need to do something because there's a constant noise, and that is not a good thing. Let's see if I accidentally left the noise on. That would be bad. Where's the noise button? Oh, the crunch thing. Yeah, the crunch introduces noise. Oh well, that's just life right now. Let's have a little listen to the track. And I'm gonna cut away and add things accordingly. I currently think this track is still a little bit muffled, as is. So let's take a little bit of that this muffle away, because this is just a little bit too much. Sweep a little bit until we get a clear sound. Let's create a nice little top shelf. Let's just quickly also have, I like the way this sounds. It's a lot more clear in a way. Let's just also have a quick little look around and what else we can do that will make things sound a bit nicer. Normally in the dynamics, because right now I'm pushing this top end, but we have to just double check the dynamics as well. I just want to have a little listen over to this top band and just make sure that it's not smacking you in the ear too much. Again, with multiband dynamics, watch out. let's just compress this a bit. I'm going to do that with a fast attack. And now what this is doing is it's creating a de-esser. So we're smacking away everything that's going to be too loud. So now we took away all the attack transients in the top region of the song. I just wanted to see how much was there to begin with, and what I'm going to do is set it so that it's just compressing the top frequencies there. Just the attacky stuff. Nothing too much about ratio, just leave the ratio the way it is. The release is also fine. If you do fast release, then it'll start distorting. Around 50 is fine. Hello? I did something bad. I don't know what I did. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm happy with this. Let's just listen to that in the mix. And we're going to put the dry, wet. So we're going to go in parallel on this top channel to see if we're not taking away too much attack of the top. Double check that. Now it has a little bit of space to breathe. We're not doing too much to it, and if we play it really, really, really loud, your ears won't bleed that much. Let's also listen to the low end for a second. To be honest, I think the low end is already fine. Normally what you can do in this low end is create a thicker kick drum so that the kick really hits you hard. And then it's basically the opposite of what we did here. So we would put a slower attack time, and then the release time would be also relatively slow. So try a 60-30 here in this low area. And then what you'll end up with is a tighter kick. But we don't have that many problems because we've been sidechaining so much already. Anyway, let's check this. Great, a little bit too much on the top end here. Let's now do a triple check on the top end overall. Let me check if I got everything here. And let's have a listen to all this master treatment that we've done now, our 2-bus treatment. Before. Yeah. Okay, so now that everything is really slowly coming together, let's check that again against the Production Music Live, just to always stay on track, always keep checking A, B, A, B, A, B constantly, just so that you know everything's right. Maybe it would be nice. Maybe it will be nice to just add some low end in the EQ here. So we can either do static low end or dynamic low end. Now, I'm happy with the way the whole thing sounds, so let's just do some static low end. Let's do dynamic low end because I just want the kick drum to come out. I don't want the boominess too much. So we're going to do that little thing that I was talking about earlier. So, what did I say? 50, 50, 60? Let's do 60, 30. These are just like little settings that I remembered normally working. Okay, so you can see here what's going on. It's pushing down every single time the kick hits. Let's make the release a little bit faster. So you can really hear the kick, dock, dock, dock. I have to kind of listen to it. If the kick is quite long, then go with a slower attack time. If it's a short attacky kick, then go with a faster attack time. I think that sounds okay, to be honest. I'm just gonna put the ratio of ridiculous just to have a good listen. Okay, let's go 2-1. Keep it nice and easy. Yeah, I'll just keep it like this. Let's just mix that in now. Okay, so the kick is now even heavier than it was before. Let's make the release a little bit slower. With the release timing, what I'm listening for is that gated, like, when it hits, like, it goes boof, and then it's quiet for a certain amount of time, and then it comes back up, just like an LFO tool. When it goes quiet, loud, quiet, loud. If the release time is too fast, it'll go quite loud, really fast. But that's not in tune with the song. Okay, cool. So now let's put this in and also then double listen again. It's just over and over and over the same thing. AB? Yeah, so my main gripe is the low end, the bass is too brrr, and the kick drum is being squashed too much. So I'm going to be fixing that in a video, and then after that we're going to get back into it and we're going to go and fix everything. See you in a bit. Alright, so I listened to the whole song. Everything sounds good. I just tiny little things here and there. Nothing too serious. I just made sure all the automation's working, that kind of stuff. The only thing that we forgot to do is to make sure that the plucked bass sounds good. And the melody. So there's a melody and a plucked bass. These two that didn't have the good old CLA 2A treatment. There's also some empty things here, so I'm just gonna clean up with you guys and you'll see what I'm doing. So I always suggest that after you've done everything, you always go through the whole track again and listen and notice if anything is still not right. So the melody here is absolutely not right. Only with level. Obviously playing, the playing level was fantastic. Anyway, let's have a listen to the plucked bass and see how it fits into the mix overall. What is this? Oh, come on. We don't need that. All right. So let's do that really fast. Plucked bass. Have a listen. So much reverb. I'm not gonna have reverb there anymore because there's just too much reverb. Let's also turn the dimension expander off. Good. First things first, as always, let's just get a CLA 2A to control the amount of volume that's coming through all the way at the end here. And let's also check what's going on. So we're going to set the plucked bass with that -1 there. Let's turn the gain down a bit. And yeah, that's just already perfect. A little bit more maybe. Okay, great. So I can just forget it, set it and forget it. So the only thing that's doing, again, same thing, is that we set it to about -1 when the filter is down, and when the filter is up, it'll be about -3. Yeah, there you go. So now we have an overall level that we can adjust over here, and then we can make it fit into the track. The only problem is, again, the mid-side balance of this plucked bass is not fitting in with the rest of the track now. So we're going to have another look and see what we can do. I'm just going to do it the easy way, like this. I don't want to mess with the sound. I just want it to be more cool, I guess. We could mess with the sound. Anyway, let's do it like this. Let's turn that down a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? Let's mess with the sound a bit. So let's just use that micro shift. I'm a bit of a Sound Toys fanatic. I got Sound Toys on a deal like a month ago, and I've been just using it so much. Really like it. It was so expensive, you know. Micro shift. There we go. Okay, let's just use this micro shift. Let's have a little play. Okay, let's play it. Perfect. So now that we're already going at it, let's put a little bit of a devil lock on here as well. This is a hardcore compressor, and basically it's just over compression. Let's do it. That's not what I want. I want the Devil Lock Deluxe. Ew. Let's put that there. And just crunch it up. No, definitely that's not helping. Alright, let's just then give a little bit of top into it. And then obviously we need that constant LFO tool type of vibe. I think if we're using the same type of LFO tool for this pad as well... No, we're not. Okay, so if I was thinking if everything has the same LFO tool, it's better to just group things together, like this one, and just put one LFO tool instead of having all these LFO tools constantly. But let's just put one there, whatever. How does it fit? Give it some verb into the drum bus. Great, I'm happy with this. Ping pong delay is kind of putting it back from its dead self. Let's just quickly do the melody as well. Exactly the same processing, because there's another one of those filters going on, which is opening up slowly. So we're going to just get that CLA 2A, put it on here, and put that over there. Let's have a little look in here already. There's a dimension expander again. Oh, I really don't like those. Okay, so there's already a reverb as well. Okay, so let's get the CLA 2A and set it, and then forget about it again. A little bit more gain reduction. I don't know if you hear that like sound, but we're really gonna have to get rid of the low end there. So let's just get a Fab Filter Pro Q2, because We just have the high pass, nothing special. Go really steep on this. Oh, this low end was really creating some shit. Ooh, let's get rid of that. Let's open this up a little bit more. Oi, oi, oi. I'm happy I went in here. So let's have a little listen to this now. I don't think we need extra ping pong delay, which is going on forever, by the way. So let's just put that down a bit. And CLA to a plucked bass, we need a LFO tool because there, this, you know, you need side chaining. That's it, really. Okay, and that needs a really long effects reverb on it. You can't just let that one go. It really needs one of those like... So let's use a Valhalla for that. Valhalla. And then we should be good. Do a vintage reverb on the Valhalla. We're going to call this an effects reverb. Effects reverb. I don't really care too much about the sound of this. Let's make it a bright room. Just make it weird. That's the only thing I can tell you, really. So let's just do that on F, and then we're gonna slam that in, throw it in. This is called a throw. And then it just gets this beautiful sound. Now another really cool trick is to take an auto pan. Whoa, just had another idea, but let's just take an auto pan because I don't have that actual thing that I want to do. Take an auto pan and we're going to move it around. It's all about movement, constant movement. Slow it down as well. It'll be quiet, so let's just get it louder. Is there a louder button somewhere? No? Okay, so I'll use a quick utility. A louder, let's make it more louder. For the guys who know, that's funny. Go a little bit faster. Something like that. What is that sound? This is great. Oh, that's that one. Okay, that means we're done. We're just gonna check this one as well, this last part. just want to focus with this track on movement, movement, movement. So we're going to take this auto pan and take the rate and go like that. It'll be fun. All right, so movement, movement, movement. Let's take this one, go like this, go like this. What? I know, don't worry, we'll be fine. Put amount all the way up, and actually let's put the amount down. Now let's put the amount up, and then it'll be good. Great, little bit of movement. It never hurt anybody. Except for probably your grandparents. If you would move them too much, you would probably hurt them. Okay, so now everything is nice. The only thing we also need to look at is effects. I guess I'll do the effects group in one go. I'm already completely happy with everything in the effects bus. I actually don't want to touch it whatsoever. But because it's a tutorial, we're going to go through all the effects. Great. I just want to get to the master. I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright guys, so it's time for the effects group, and we have to make sure that we can hear that every single effect is actually adding to the mix, and it's not just an empty clip like this effects. Oh no, it's not an empty clip. But we just have to make sure that everything fits. There's not any unnecessary stuff there that is taking away from the feeling and it's sounding like a carnival. So let's just have a listen to the track from here to about there. We're going to loop that part. We're going to specifically listen and look at what is playing and if we really like it or not. If we can't hear something, I'm just going to write down here what I'm going to be doing and go with my ears. Okay, cool. So now I wrote down what I need to do. Oh, there's a bang effect. Whoa, did you hear that? Whoa, did you... Either I'm going insane, or there's a slight deviation in the sound. It goes like, over there. One second, let me check. Probably I'm insane. Alright, so the clap reverb, this is good already. So let's just fix everything Not in the track CLA2A. Alright, so that means that the filter cut is getting way too loud and it's not getting in the track. CLA2A to the rescue. Alright, so let's just drop that on here. Set it exactly the same way we've been setting it. Like this. Down a little bit. And then check the reduction when the filter's all the way down. Perfect. From now on, it's gonna do everything perfectly. Maybe it's doing a little bit too much, so let's just put the peak reduction down. And let's play it. I just did that with my eyes closed so that I can focus more on the sounds. Let's just see what I ended up with at the end. -1 dB, my god. Okay, so that's nice. I'm gonna leave that the way that is. This one needs a longer reverb, so let's just give it a longer reverb. I can just do that via doing this. There we go. Perfect. Needs more juice. That probably means I can't hear it. We can't hear it, needs more juice. We just put it into Aphex. Great, then we have amazing. Let's pick this more juice one and make it sound like it's ducking the whole time. So we'll get an LFO tool for that and make it sound like chew. Like that. This one needs more juice, a bit of juice. So that means like a couple dB top. So let's do that. And this needs a clap reverb. Oh, that's just what it is, a clap reverb. It's already there. And this is a verse piano, bit of juice. So let's give that a little bit of top end. I talk with myself like. Yeah, a little bit more juice, no? Give an effects reverb to it. Maybe that's a bit too much. So let's just give it a small little boop there. Let's see, what else do we have? No, let's give that little tick there at the end so that it just has a tail. Let's give it a little bit of a boop there. Yeah, that's never gonna work. So let's definitely not do that. Let's just delete that. Definitely let's keep it with this one. And give it a little bit more sound to play with. Great. Great. I think we're done. I like that it's a little bit inside. That's all we need, guys. So in the next video, we're going to go into the master. Actually, the next video, I'll probably explain to you what is mastering and what kind of things to look out for. Overall, the sound of this track is brilliant currently. Yep, I'm happy. All right, I'm going to get a cup of coffee to do the last part. See ya. We have more details, guys. Remember I was talking about this bass and I probably deleted it? That was actually another cut bass. So we made this bass, we had this bass, and now there was another bass on top of all those basses. That was another cut bass. So we're going to be using this another cut bass, having listened to this another cut bass, and figuring out if it's going to sound good, what we have to do to it, everything pretty much. So let's just loop this part and have a good little listen. I'm going to loop it without the harmonics because I just want to hear how the bass and drums fit together. For me, bass and drums is like, you know, have to be good. And this one is a little bit too... Yeah, let's just double check in this thing. Yeah, so we have a reverb and a dimension expander. I really don't like the dimension expander. We can keep the reverb because everything's being reverbed to reverb to reverb, so it's okay. Let's just feel this for a second. Okay. So that's like a fifth. Yeah, so that's nice. So what this track is doing is trying to create tension. Where's it going to resolve? And resolve. So let's figure that out. For that, well, we're going to get rid of this EQ. By the way, this is already going into that whole bass group with the CLA 3A, the amp, and the LFO tool. So we don't have to worry about processing it that much. Just have to worry about low end. Because it's supposed to be a tension thing. It's not supposed to be a feel the bass. It's supposed to be a tension. So let's focus that note. Do you see that little boop right there? So let's get rid of that immediately. Okay, cool. So now let's give this thing a little bit of sexy with some Aphex Vintage. Cool, maybe a little bit more. Why is it? I want more out of that. I don't know about you, but... Oh, it also has sound on it. I mean, as a of course it has sound on it. White noise. I was thinking of, because this note, it didn't have that much pizzazz to it. I was thinking of adding an amp to create some white noise type of distortion, but it already has white noise. So I think what I'm going to do is just leave it because it's not bothering me in any way or shape or form. Actually, you know what could be nice out of this? Would be the reverb tail. We could do that that ping pong delay trick that we have here. Or here. Or where did it go? I deleted it? Fuck. That ping pong delay trick could work. Let's just listen to all the reverbs because there is just a million reverbs going on in this track, which is nice for the aesthetic, but let's just see if we would pitch the reverb of this another bass, cut bass, how would it sound? think we can get away with it. Because there's already too much reverb going on. Maybe we can get away with it here. No, we can't get away with it there. Maybe here. No, we can't get away with it because there's too many reverbs. So that means that I'm just going to leave that one alone. And I'm only going to double check it with another cut bass. So many cut basses. And have a little listen to these two as well. Yeah, sorry, this is just little detail work. We have to do it, you know. We have to make sure that the cut bass and another cut bass are kind of the same level because they're basically both the same thing. I don't really understand why they're different channels here, but yeah. Okay, so level-wise they're the same, which is great. That's also that CLA 3A doing a lot of the job for me, this one. Nothing really to say, to be honest, except for we're going to call it a day. We're going to move on to Ozone 8, and we're going to start mastering. But before we start mastering, I'm going to have to explain you all types of mastering spooky shit, and yeah, I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be talking about really scary stuff. Also, Halloween is around the corner for me, so woo! Alright, see you guys in a bit. Hey guys, good news. Super excited about this. We have a reference track. You can see it right here. So we got cleared to use this reference track, and this is the way I normally work, because when you have a reference song, you can listen to the reference. Now, we're going to make a quick little video on what the hell is a reference and how do you listen to references to begin with. A reference track is a track that the client, so the Production Music Live is the client right now, they send in to a mixing engineer and then they listen to it. And basically what the reference track is supposed to be used for is to check for how loud does the track need to be, how is the EQ balance, what are the instruments like, are they panned really wide, are they narrow, is there lots of reverb used. Basically we're listening in to this reference track in all the layers that are here. We're going to listen to it, to this, like that as well. So to kind of have a good feel of what's going on. And the best part about this is that I mixed this track with no reference in mind. My reference was I want a dark, you know, it's late, it's raining outside type of track. And so I just went my own way. And actually, if we listen to this song, it has lots of top end. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a quick A/B between this song and what we have currently. And then we're going to be able to tell immediately what the differences are. So check this out. Let me also adjust this volume a little bit because it's clipping. So I just do that, and then this is how I set up to listen to a reference song. I set it up like this, just always pressing a button. It's a lot easier. And now let's just play and we'll see how it sounds. So we'll just go like this. Command L and check out if we're at a drop section. I think we are. And let's first listen to this. Okay, it's pretty cool. And now let's go immediately to what we have till now. And you'll hear it ain't different. Ready? Oh God. What do you think? If I would take an EQ So this is how I would then start thinking. Okay, so what is the main difference? We take an EQ, put it on the master, and what do you think it is? If you have to boost anywhere on our song, where would it be? Would it be the low end? No, probably not. It would be all top end. There's so much top end in this reference. Okay, so now that we know the EQ balance, we need to not be that dark and gloomy, although it is shitty weather outside. We need to be happy and awake. This is too much. We need this. Okay, now let's listen to the actual amounts of reverb used. There's just way too much reverb in the actual original sound design as well. So we're going to have to go into every single little massive and adjust all the reverbs because it's just tons of it. So that's quite annoying and actually not really supposed to be our job, but that's okay. We're going to do it anyway. But this is a really big tip. Don't use a million different reverbs on every single channel. It's such a big no-no. Because it takes so much time to then adjust it again. So you're going to see that. It'll be fun. Another part, we are way too warm in the bass. So this bass area is just it's too much because we're lopsided right now. So currently our mix has this feeling. This is our mix. And the mix that we were sent has this feeling. So we're going to remix the mix and we're going to think to ourselves, what parts are high, what parts are low, what parts needs to come out. We need to take out all the harmonics that are too reverby. We have to do a lot of work and that's completely fine. We're going to completely redo the master bus as well. We have to take a 180-degree turn of what type of feeling this track has to have. So come join me and now you know why references are so important. It saves a lot of time when you get the reference before you start mixing, and do this yourself as well. So when you have a song that you're mixing yourself, so let's say it's your own song, get yourself the song that really captures the feeling of your own song. It doesn't have to be 100%, but as long as it's in a similar genre, similar type of vibe, then what you can do is make that magic button, press number 1, and then you can constantly just go like, oh yeah, no, this part is a little bit different, that part's a little bit different. One more thing, if you find it difficult to hear these parts, it's really nice to use an ozone imager. Go on the song itself, and then just have a look as well. So like in the low end, what does that sound like? Very wide. Oh, it's pretty narrow, the low end. So this one. Very fucking wide. Top end. Really fucking wide. Okay, so basically, we at least got the part that we have to go wide spot on, because width is good. Oh yeah, and the last part that you need to know, obviously, is the loudness, but that's actually only part of the mastering later. But I'll tell you already, this one has a loudness of -7 LUFS, so we need to get the same type of loudness, -7.5, -8, somewhere around there. That's where this one is at. I'll see you in a bit, guys, and we're going to be starting to remix the mix. Alright, so let's start with the most annoying thing first, and that's the thing that I didn't want to touch to begin with. That's all the reverbs. I love being frustrated. So let's just have a listen. Let's also delete everything on the master. Okay, that's already done. Great. Let's listen to this track now. Oh man, that's so dark. And go back to normal speakers again. Go. Okay. Actually, let's start with the beginning again. We're just gonna start with the drums. Because if we compare the drums... Sorry, just killed your eardrum there. The hi-hats are quite quiet. This phase mistress is a bit too much, so we'll go -15. Hi-hats too quiet, so we'll put that up. We have, see, now we have groups. It's fantastic. Let's give that a +5 on everything. Did I not do this right? Let's have a little listen to see what is giving the most air. Let's give it 2 dBs on that. Let's also have a quick little look on what's playing when. So this hi-hat, these hats are playing overall. You have a shaker, but the shaker is very dark. So let's just open that frequency up as well. So let's check these two, because they're playing the biggest role in this whole track. What did we do earlier on? Okay, we left that like that, and now we have to double check this one as well. So we're now getting into the part where I don't show exactly what I'm doing. It's just opening everything up. Okay, let's see if I like this. Okay, that is a nice little top end. Alright, let's see if that completely clashes and makes everything terrible. No, we're gonna keep that. So we'll make this tuka 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 tuka. The tuka 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 means the hi-hat, by the way, in case you don't know. Those are actual terms. Ah, man. Okay, we'll leave that there. And we're gonna take these hi-hats. I don't want to have too many. Okay, this is the tick. I can also just put up the volume, to be honest. So I'll leave this one the way it is. I'll put the hi-hats volume up. Okay, cool. Leave that like that. There's a bit of a rule that my ex-boss told me once. He said, I think a lot of you already know this, but it's nice to know. If you make a 1 dB difference, you can't really tell. Unless you're in a really proper studio, then you can tell a 0.3 dB difference. If you're basically in a normal room, 1 dB difference, you're not going to tell if it's louder or not. 2 dB difference, you're going to go, I think something's changed. And 3 dB is, oh, that's definitely louder. 5 dB is, okay, we have a difference here. So remember those little dBs, because when somebody then says to you -3 dB, or, well, I don't think anybody will say that to you, and you know that it's a significant loudness difference that you have to make. If you're in a proper studio, yeah, man, forget that rule completely and use your ears instead. But proper studio doesn't mean foam on the walls. Stop putting foam on your walls. Okay, so let's have a little listen here. Is this shaky? Is this top endy enough? I think it's very top endy. I mean, honestly. Okay, cool. So I'm just like re-EQing here. Let's have a little listen to the drums. We have an upbeat. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, let's make this upbeat really chucky then. Chucky means like... Yeah, okay, I totally want this chucky as hell. There's no rules right now either. It's just... That's not really a nice chuck, is it? With chuck, I mean like that. I think this is already fine. Let's just play this back with the whole drums. It's really phasey. I want to quickly flip the polarity on this thing. Just make sure that it's not just completely... Can't even hear this thing. Like, personally, I would just completely change this. Yeah, there you go. So now it comes out. If if you have 11 hi-hats, you're doing something wrong. Just have a few hi-hats. You don't see a drummer with 11 hi-hats. If you just want volume difference, put up the volume, you know? But if you want different hi-hats, then just think in different textures of hi-hats, different pitches of hi-hats, different EQ parts where it comes in, because otherwise you won't be able to distinguish anything, and it just sounds like more volume. And now we can at least tell that there is another hi-hat. All right. Regardless, we need top end, so let's have a listen. I'm just double checking everything. Okay, that sounds good. So let's see if we can do more top end here somehow. I'm actually kind of happy with this already. I'm just gonna take this away and slowly put it in again until I'm happy with it. Because it's a bit much. Alright, so now that we have that, let's look at the overall compression again. I think I'm gonna knock out this one because I want this kick to come through more. So let's just try this. And I remember having a DBX here, so I'm gonna redo that with a DBX instead. I kind of liked that sound. I remember thinking to myself, that's fucking nice. So we're gonna parallel compress instead. Let's drop it in. Yeah, that's nicer. Sidechain the low end. Oh yeah. Get that pumpy crap going on. So now it's like automatically pumping for us. I'm just listening for the sound that I want. Something like that, and then we'll mix it in. So now it's just a part of like how much low end do you want to keep. Cool. I'll keep that. Because we have so much high end, a really nice thing to do when you have too much high end is to use a little bit of tape. I'll show you that in the next one because I gotta quickly run. And then in the next one we're gonna use tape. So this will be called recompressing and more top end. Okay, so we're gonna use a little bit of tape now. Tape is known for making sure that the top end doesn't go too berserk. So what tape does, let me just show you. So what tape does is it is pretty much a dynamic compression on the top end. So this will happen like this. When the hi-hat is too much, the tape will kind of just go, nah, I don't feel like that. Could you not do that too much? But at the same time, we will give a little bit of saturation. So it'll make it sound a bit less harsh. So it's almost like multi-band compression. So basically, tape is an easy one for saturation. And you can always really hear that in the low end and in the top end. But fuck it, for now we're just going to put in the J37. Have a little play. See what it sounds like. I'm putting the tape I don't know if I'm going to put it before or after the compressor. We're going to have to just figure out what we're liking about this, yes or no. 7.5 inches per second gives a different flavor than 15. Different types of tape give different types of vibes. If you go +5 or +3 dB, then it gets over compressed, and then you have a saturation knob if you want more saturation. Anyway, you have to use your ears to see if you like it or not. And AB. Top end like crazy. Less top end. Let's drive it a bit more. Let's quickly also listen to the reference again. And we're going to listen to the drums by themselves in our heads. Sorry, it's too annoying. I just kind of wanted to drop it. Alright, so let's listen to this by ourselves and then see what we like. It sounds okay. So I'll leave that there. And I'm going to be a little bit of a lazy ass. And I'm just gonna fab filter the end of it according to what I need to hear, like how this needs to sound. So I'm like doing a master on this. I'm just making the EQ balance. It's already so bright though. If I honestly, my personal taste, it's not really the same genre, is it? Like the drums are really like, and ours is like, it's like swinging. So I'm gonna go in between both. I'm not really feeling adding too many more high-end things. It's just too much. As a drummer, that's like hitting the cymbals like, you know, like that. And as a drummer, I kind of always like to, you know, that like really fat sound, and not the shh. That's at the end of a song. Anyway, I'm happy with that. It's definitely a lot brighter than it was. So now let's move on to the bass, add that back in, and have a little feel and see how that sounds. Probably a bit too much. Let's listen to the reference. They don't really have that mid-bass feel that we have. I'm going to take away this cut bass for a second because it's there as well and it's a bit much to listen to. But we're trying to figure out the mid-bass level right now. So that is just too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something a bit sneaky. Instead of adjusting the volume, We're gonna adjust the micro shift. We're gonna remain fucking wide, but not like really, really wide. And I'm gonna just take this, because the notes, I already felt this when we were doing this, but I don't want to adjust attack, decay, and release times. And I don't want to adjust sound design things. That's not my job, you know, so I try to stay away from that. But today we're gonna do that. We're gonna take the filter thing here, the attack, decay, and release, and we're just gonna adjust it so that when this really long note happens, it goes brrr, and it gets quiet. So this is like loud, and it gets quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter. That sounds pretty good. Okay, I'm immediately happy and satisfied, so that's great. Let's also take this volume down now, and then slowly put it back in. That's really boring. Cool. I'm happy with that. Now let's have another listen to see if we're getting closer to that. So it sounds weird, but we have to listen in layers. We have to see how it balances now with the kick drum and bass and drums and everything, and just slowly put layers on it. And we have to also remember that it's a different genre as well. Not really the same. I'm finding this one way too bright, honestly. I think it's just over the top. Anyway, let's just have a little feel. This is a bit too loud now. Very 80s, that vibe. Okay, I'll leave that one alone. I'm happy that it sounds extremely dry, this, so it doesn't have any reverb. That's fantastic. So the bass, I'm happy. Am I happy? Okay, it's probably a little bit too much, but sue me, I like bass. Yeah. So we're gonna just give that a little bit more pump to it. Just like that, just a tad. We're only doing that to make the kick drum more predominant in the mix. And to make the bass, it's still gonna be there, but it's not gonna be there all the time. It's gonna be a kick drum bass, kick drum bass, kick drum bass. I like thick mixes, you know, it's just, thick mix, happy with that. We're going to move on to harmonies. We're going to do that next, and this is the part that I'm probably going to get frustrated. Please take that with a grain of salt. Just the way I am sometimes when I have to do... Alright guys, time for the fun part. We're adjusting reverbs in every single channel. Just a little bit of a heads up, I might come across as a bit of a dick right now. I don't mean to. In the Netherlands, that's where I'm from and born and raised, you get taught to speak your mind. Sometimes that's not for the better either. But just as a quick heads up, I mean no offense to anybody. I just don't like having massive amounts of reverb. Massive amounts of reverb. Okay, so let's just have a little listen, see what's going on. All right. I have an idea. It's a quick fix. Shall we do it? Okay, wait, before we do it, let's just have a listen to the reference. Again, this is why the reference is here. Let's see how much reverb is there. And now comes the crazy psycho part. You have to listen to if the reverb is put onto the channel or if it's put on a send. Yeah. They're put on the fucking channels. The way you can tell is if the or the that thing, if they sound like they're in the back, then there's a reverb on it. And yeah, that sucks. Because I was thinking, you know, I'm going to try it anyway. Because these two are like the main part of the track. What I'll do is I'm going to just go in here and say no. And then we're going to make a send. We're going to see if that actually helps the track. We're going to give it a reverb, but with this send, we can control exactly how much reverb it is that we're giving. Oh, shit, we're not allowed to use Ableton. Ah, fuck it. I'm going to just use Ableton really fast to just see if I can use it. I like the Ableton reverb. There's a lot of people that don't like the Ableton reverb, and I think that's mostly because when it loads up by itself, it sounds a bit crappy, specifically in the A reverb. So if you set it up like this, it's fine. So now let's think, how much reverb do we need? We need to listen to the timing of it. I'm just going to go 100% wet into this reverb here. And then timing. So do we need to have it in the bathroom or in a hall? Is this a hall? Is this like your bathroom? This is like a club, so we'll just put it in a club for now. We're just going to test it out if it works or not. That's the whole point of today's exercise. Let's just hope it does. Okay, I just want to say thank you, God, for giving me this reverb today. I want to thank my friends and my family. Sorry, but that saved me so much frustration. You don't understand. So anyway, use one reverb and everything's fine. So that means that we can turn off this thing and go no. And we can turn off this one and go no. And then we should be happy with this. So what we can do now is we can decide on what type of reverb, what type of flavor do we need to add into this whole thing. Seeing that we know that the song is quite bright, we can actually choose a reverb that's going to be quite bright. And then you can fill out the song's like quiet places with a bright reverb. Personally, right now, I would be using, well, this pretty much, the Max for Live convolution reverb, because it has more flavor. But we're not going to be using that because we need to stay, can only do third-party plugins. I don't have that many reverbs. I tend to just be happy with what I have. So let's just go with Valhalla, because that is a good one. We have a plate reverb, but plates tends to be kind of like, think of hitting a plate. It's a, and vintage reverb is, I don't know. Let's go with plate. So as soon as I set the sound, it started making sense. Let's go with presets. Have a little look here. Huge, large, medium. Let's go for medium because we already figured out that it would work. We have a drum studio, vocal space. I'm just going to read this with you guys. Drum hall. Okay, medium. Okay, let's go large then. Dark brassy guitar, lithium, wide, deep, lush copper. Jesus Christ. Radium. I don't know what any of these things mean. Let's go with you. I'm just interested anyway. Really? What? Swimming in space. Okay, what does dawn do? Somebody just saying bright there. Is bright aluminum vocal? Is there like a bright aluminum techno things? There isn't there? Oh, that's annoying. Let's go with the large and then just go through the large stuff that they have. First, I'm going to listen to this. Yes. That just like perfect in one go. Well, perfect. I just needed to adjust the width of it, and let's just put that in and see what how we feel about that. Feeling pretty happy about it for now. I'm just gonna smack this in full, and then because I'm lazy, and I'm just gonna adjust this instead, just because I need to mix it in kind of. So much flavor. Let's put this on full actually, and we're gonna post it in slowly. Great. Great. Let's get a little bit more bounce on it. You guys know Super Deluxe? Oh, no, not Super Deluxe. I forgot what the channel's called. I think it's Super Deluxe. And there's this guy, Tabasco Sweet. You know what he would say right now? Fuego alert. What's up, my guy? Yeah, I love that guy. Let's continue going with more reverb on the whole frustration thing that you've heard me speak about, and I'm making all these rules up. Break the rules. Well, if you want to have something to really pop out with a reverb, be my guest. Just don't do it on every single channel. Make something pop out. So I'm pretty sure that this Buffy the dog, which is right there, that she would be fabulous with this reverb on it. Guess not. Let's give Buffy the dog a little special place with reverb, and we're gonna do some like stuff to the reverb so it goes, so it feels cool. All right, I'll see you in a bit. All right, I'm pretty happy overall for now. Later on, we're gonna go through the whole thing again because that's life. But now let's get Buffy the dog. I'm always afraid if I say this out loud that she might respond, but luckily enough, she's quite deaf. So let's just get this channel, let's call it number 30, to do something. How about that? So let's just tell it to shut up. And what we'll do is we'll make another send, and let's do some weird filtering, like that kind of stuff. Let's use a plate delay from Sound Toys, little plate, because it's just a button. I like just buttons, and we'll call this Buffy's friend cat. And that's probably a little bit too weird. I should only do that once. Channel. Well, fuck it. Just weird reverb. Okay, so I'll do a weird reverb thing here, and it's full wet. Let's cut the low and just send into it fully wet. Time it. Perfect. And then let's get a filter freak on this little girl and make a freak around, because it's fun. Rhythmic. Let's try some of this distorted. I think B is, this one's really distorted. Don't want that. There we go. Let's try this. A little bit over the top, guys. Let's try it. That'll be cool. Not that weird, eh? Let's do just a sweep, I guess, or do a phase mistress, make it weird. I mean, we just have to make it a bit weird. There's a little bit of ear candy that we can put in. That's the only thing I really want. Just some weird stuff. Add cowbell. Cowbells are awesome. Let's do a slow sweep. Great. Now let's mix that in. And let's do some, what's it called? The Pan Man. Make it go left and right. Because the guy from Production Music Live, one of them listens to this on headphones, and it's fun for him to go. Look. Let's go left and right. Great. Rhythmic. There we go. Just to mess with him, it's fun. A little bit faster. I'm cool with that. Cool. Okay, let's have a little listen. A little more. It was already good the way it was, so let's just get rid of the weird reverb. So, Buffy Dogs, he just gets her own little place in space, and that's great. That's great, that's great. More reverb? No. Great. No more reverb? No. Great. Okay, there used to be 2 reverbs there. I think I went in there and just deleted them. I already turned those reverbs off. Okay, let's have a listen to the pad really fast. Leave them the way it is, and I think we now have everything covered except for the brake pad, but the brake pad, I think the reverb is quite tasteful. Okay, so now overall, we need to have a little listen to see what we can do to get this to be more open. Now, unfortunately, in these type of scenarios, we have a problem. The problem is that everything is constantly being filtered all over the place, and it's part of the genre as well. But for instance, if we now compare it to the reference, obviously our track is going to sound a hell of a lot darker because this is not being filtered all the time all over the place. It's a really nice top lead, continuously the same. They're not exactly in the same genre, so we have to now, as mixing people, decide on, do we push the high end on the harmonics, or do we push the high end and leave it for the hi-hats to fill up that part? So let's just decide that really fast, and most likely just we'll be in the middle somewhere. Nothing's filtered. Actually, there is that little thing is filtered. We have a hypno lead for that. Okay. But for the rest, it's really open. Let's think. So, seeing that it is filtered, let's have a little listen and see how we are going right now. Definitely more top end. We really need more top end out of everything. Let's just play it where there is actually more top end. It's difficult to compare like this, but the drums are sounding good. Where's the top end? Okay, so now let's just give the leads top end this and this. We're going to give that top end. I'm going to leave the break ARP alone. I'm going to group these two, and I'm only grouping it for top and feel. So we're just going to experiment with this a little bit. We can excite this, which will give us that top end. I've already set up this Aphex Vintage Exciter. Now, it is scary doing this because you can over-excite. So I'm thinking of maybe exciting on the whole, but let's just first do the easy option, and then after that, if it doesn't work, then we'll do the hard, difficult option. Hey, this is where I get stuck, because then I'm thinking, like, how much can I push this? How far can I go? Now, we have to keep it tasteful, and that's just the slapping something on option. That's not really the thing I'm looking for right now. So let's go with an exciter. Exciter. So, let's put this on here. And let's feel this track. We have to kind of feel the other track as well here. So I'm just going to get an EQ, and I'm just going to really have a feel through it to see where it's top end heavy. Okay? So about the 3K area, that's where that lead really comes out. So we're going to try and push ours on the 3K area as well. And for those who noticed, yes, this is an MP3. Good job. If you haven't noticed, don't worry. It's not something you should be proud of knowing. So there we go. About the 3K area. So about this area here, that's where it was bright. So we'll just focus on this band here. Oh, what happened to all my sound? Ew. Did I do something bad? Oh yeah, I did. I soloed it. Alright. Okay, so we're going to give a little bit of juice in that area. I'm going to turn everything else off. The different distortion types here, we're going to go through and basically triode. You need to make these sounds with your mouth and just push into it. And then once you pushed into it, you know the sounds. Tube is going to be nice right now. Triode is going to be nice. And dual triode is going to be nice. So I'm going to start with tube. Let's push into it first. And I'm going to do that in the mix. With everything on. Whenever you think something is good, always just check it again a little bit, okay? But in my opinion, right now, we're too top-end heavy, so... But it's not for me to decide that right now, but I really think that this is too much now. So I'm just going to bounce down from that just a tad on the feel, because at the end of the day we're mixing our own song, but at least we got the top end feel correct. Okay, top end feel is now out of the way. That means that we've got everything, and now we need to double check again and again and again and again to feel if we are correct enough. I think we're there. It's small tweaks from now on, but nothing too serious anymore, so that's really good. What I'm going to do right now is continue with this part, because there's obviously a melody with way too much reverb on it, but I'm just going to send it into the send that we set up, the Valhalla plate. Valhalla! just going to take that dry wet off completely and slowly bump into that as well. Do that together, and then from there on out, it's just tiny tweaks, and forgetting about the reference for a second to just get the right vibe in. And this is all the reverb in here, so we can actually control that later on. Okay, so that's all the reverb is there. We now have the reverb control. It's just one button. Life is a lot easier. We're going to call it Harmonic, Reverb. Life is just good right now. I'll make that the same color as the Harmonics so that people know where it is. And for the rest, it's time to go into the next video where we're just going to have a nice fresh listen. A rebalance. Try not to listen to all the separate parts, but try to just listen to EQ balance and that kind of stuff. So everything as a whole again. I know it's a bit of a mindfuck, but don't worry, it will be fine. I love how smooth everything's coming together. So for the two-bus, I'm going the same route as I did before. I'm going Valve because I like Valve. It's just disgusting, and sometimes, you know, having a nasty burger with a lot of grease on it is nice. So let's just have a listen here in the main parts. I'm going to stop listening to Production Music Live now, but instead start listening to this track. Let's just listen to the amount of oomph this track has, which it doesn't really have much of, to be really honest. It's kind of... but that's okay. Just listen. Oh no, it's okay. So it's pretty tight, like, so basically with the compression on the tubas, what I'm listening for is how much, like, tightness is in the drums, which is a bit insane because, you know, you're supposed to be listening for how the rest is compressed, but most of the time the compressor will actually react to just those drums. So I'm just going to set this up again and turn this on and have a listen. It's already going... there we go. Still going... where is the noise coming from? Oh, it's coming from this. Whatever. Let's just set this up. Let's try master bump. Let's just go through it. It's always good to test these things. Nope. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, so what we did now is, I just like this, so we're going to keep that. The problem is pretty apparent. We're having the same issue as before. It's becoming dark again. I am going to go with the golf fuzz thing again, just to brighten it up, but this time I'm going to really pay attention to is it if I'm keeping my same brightness or not. So let's make another button. Just really make sure that we're keeping our brightness in. So brightness. Yeah, the Golfos is not doing the job that I needed to do. I just need a little bit of brightness, a little bit of top end, a little bit of excitement that this thing is taking away. Because I like the crunch, I like the dirt, but I just need the top. So I'm just going to quickly use an EQ8 just to have a look if it's going to work or not. Otherwise, we're just going to have to try something else. And that's okay. Yeah. Sorry, good hurts. Gonna miss that one. So we're gonna do something else instead. I always want to have 2-bus compression. We're gonna do a 2-bus compression shootout and see what we can do here. Let's first start with... No, let's not have that. Okay, let's have some flavors. Some flavors of the month. The API is always a good one to test out. It's always good, especially on this genre. Alright, so I want to keep my low end, so I'm setting my attack time immediately so I can keep my low end. I want it to be relatively tight, but at the same time kind of sucking, so over there with the release. Compression-wise, 4-to-1 is fine. Don't want it too aggressive. I want to most likely have it loud so that the low end is left alone. So loud means low end is left alone. Let's play. There's a double kick drum that hit like doop, 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 and then this thing distorted it. So we have to pay attention that our release time is set correct, otherwise we'll get a... Yeah, so I'll get rid of that. So this is nice. Let's get a little bit of tape in there as well, just to control that top end, just to see, because it is a bit over the top. Let's try Kramer. Kramer tends to be completely over the top immediately, so sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. So you can hear that the top end is just getting destroyed there. Let's try J37, it has more options. We really have to just focus the top end, top end, top end, top end. That's all this reference is in my head. So I just keep on like listening to that. Nah, I think we're just gonna stick to that. Let's do a little bit of EQ to have a balance. Actually, we can go straight to the master and balance it there with the EQ. So for my 2-bus, I'm only gonna have that, nothing special. Let's now do one last check. We're gonna do one more check before we finally just say fuck it and go. Great, brightness is good. That was a fun time, wasn't it? I'll see you for the mastering session. Alright guys, so it's time to talk about mastering and what mastering is and what it can do for you. So mastering is the final stage. So you have the production stage or the creative stage, then you have the production stage. Then you have the mixing stage where we get it to sound as good as possible. And then we have the final stage, which is mastering. So it's literally all the way at the end. And it's not a scary thing. Most people find it really scary and they get completely like, oh God, what's mastering? But the only thing it really is just final stage where I try to get things to sound as good as they possibly can. with a limited set of tools, and you try to get it to a certain loudness. The tools that we have are exactly the same as what we had in the mixing session, but now these tools are going to be used to make the whole song as good as possible. Speaking about the whole song as good as possible, is also going to have to, in the mastering stage, you have to think about this song is going to be part of an album or an EP, and the songs need to also kind of flow into each other. So in the mix, you have every single part by itself. In here, you only have every single song by itself. So let's talk about the tools really quick. We have EQ. We have dynamics. So dynamic processing means compression. So we have 3 different types of dynamics here. We have excitement, which is a little bit of distortion, which is sometimes really nice. We have spectral shaping, which is just another word for de-essing. We have imaging, or de-essing means to get rid of, it's just another dynamics processing here. Then we have imaging as well. Imaging is just that mid-side processing that we've been doing the whole time already. And then we have limiting, and that limiting is what really differentiates the mixing and mastering part. Because with limiting, what we can do is the final part of the whole mix, the whole master, of the whole, thing that you've been noticing. And this final part is to get it up to a certain loudness. So let's speak about loudness a little bit, because I know it's one of those topics that gets confusing. So with loudness, we have a LUFS meter right over here. Look at this LUFS, and I'm using Ozone 8 because I like Ozone, so sue me. Sorry, I heard last time that there was a couple of people saying, why are you using Ozone? There's so many other tools. It's like, because I like Ozone. Fuck. Anyway, if you want to have an LUFS meter, we're going to be talking about that in a bit. So go over to your I/O setting, then go to Integrated here, boop, and click OK. Now, the reason I'm pulling up an LUFS meter is because most people are obsessed with -14 LUFS. Now, even Ozone 8 comes with a learned threshold knob and says -14 LUFS right there. Now, that all started because there's a man, story time, by the way, guys. Basically, a lot of people were making their songs louder and louder and louder and louder and louder, and then somebody said, wait a minute! Loudness war, it's on! And that man is Ian Shepherd, and he went against the loudness war as a knight and still does. And a long time ago, a misconception came out that the loudness of a song should be -14 LUFS due to many factors, and I won't go into it because it's a little bit boring for some, but for some it might be interesting. So check out Ian Shepherd or The Mastering Show and hear all about it. A common misconception came out that -14 should have been the target loudness, which means it's quite quiet still at -14. Ian Shepherd corrected himself, so I just want to spread his thing to you, and hopefully I have a little bit of a reach now too. Don't have your loudness at -14. Please forget that number. Shoot for, and I still don't really want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, shoot for about -9. Should be fine, like that. So when you have a loudness of about -9, then the overall average of your whole LUFS thing, of the whole song, will be about -14. So if you shoot about -9 in your main drop of your song, you're going to be fine with the loudness penalty. Now, if you go to loudnesspenalty.com, you can actually check how much YouTube, Tidal, Spotify, and iTunes will turn down your song. Is it bad that those websites turn down your song? No. Is it bad that they start clipping your song? Yes. So that's why you kind of want to be aware of that if you're going to do an online distribution or an online release. Now, there's a couple of little side notes on that. If we're going to do an online release, make sure so you hit your little -9. That's okay. And if you want to go louder, I don't really give a shit how loud you go. But make sure that you at least have a ceiling of -1 dB. The reason why we want to have -1 dB of your ceiling, we're going to get into this later. So if this is all too advanced, don't worry. I'll explain it to you again when we're using it. You want it to have -1 dB because then when you start releasing it to YouTube and those kind of things, they will start compressing it as well. So YouTube, Spotify will compress to another format like MP3, OGG. When that conversion happens, what will happen is it will bump up another dB of headroom that you need there. And if you don't have that headroom there, you have something like this, then it's just going to start clipping and distorting, and it's going to sound really, really, really shitty. So that's that. I think I've ranted enough now, right? Did I rant enough? Let me have a list in my head. I need to think about it for a second. Yeah, I think that's about it. So what we're going to be doing next is we're going to be going over the little EQ decisions and things like that. And we're not going to do that much because the mix already sounds good. And I'll see you in the next video. On to the master. So I'm going to first rebalance. So what we'll do is I'm going to use Ozone 8. I like it a lot. It's a great mastering plugin. It has everything in it. You don't really need much else. You can get, you know, and spend lots of money on gear and things like that. But to be honest, the master, it doesn't do an absolute insane amount of stuff. The mix does way more. You have way more control in the mix than you have in the master. In the master, you can get surgical, but you really don't want to. You want the master to just be this final touch, this final sexy. So nothing too drastic should happen. If you do have to do extremely drastic stuff, I do suggest you just go back into the mix and really pay attention and listen. I know it must be frustrating, and I know you just want to put the EQ up. I'm the same type of guy, but it always pays off to just go back into the mix. Anyway, let's go over the master really fast. I am going to be mastering this pretty fucking loud because the reference is loud. The reference is also clipping, but we're not going to be doing that. So let's do this. EQ first. I want to feel this track for a second. I always start with my low end. I'm just thinking right now, I really want some subby kick in that track. So I'm just looking for my subby kick. If you use Alt, you can find that, okay? When you double click, you immediately get a band. So I'm just gonna talk and stop at the same time. I want that. Not that. That. Alright, I'm just listening to this and it's a bit bright. It's because of this. Yeah, my ears are, I guess, not as bright as somebody else. So I'm just going to turn... I want to turn this down. It's too much. It's a little bit resonaty, this area, so I'm just going to pull that down just a tad. It's part of the song, but I don't like it too much. I just kind of want that to go away. This familiar shape that you see here, by the way, is made famous by Pultec. The Pultec EQ, have a Google, it's a 1950s EQ. It had a little special feature on it, and that little special feature has been with most engineers afterwards, which is if you want to have a nice thick low end without having it to become too muddy, instead of just giving one general boost in the area, if you have a little cut as well, then the boost will sound more defined. Also, you're not adding more gain that way. So if you're just adding 1 dB there and taking 1 dB away there, the difference is not as big as just adding 1 dB overall. Anyway, let's have a little play through this. A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. I like that vibe. It sounds pretty good. Now, let's also have a little check with mid-side, just in case. I just want to have a little look at mid-side. Okay, now we're okay. So we'll keep it in stereo. So mid-side EQing, it's the same mid-side processing we've been doing the whole time. It's just making sure that the sides are balanced and the mids are balanced as well. The reference track is extremely wide, so I'm not too concerned with if we're going too wide or not, because the reference track is saying it's okay. Just spread it out, you know, spread it on your sandwich. It's fine. I'm more focused on, is it okay with my EQ decision? Because I'm doing a boost here and a little cut there, I'm defining the low end more in comparison to the top end. So what I'm actually doing, in fact, is making it less bright again. It's probably due to me. So I have to keep that into consideration. So anyway, let's A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, and let's continue. Okay, we're just gonna give that a tiny little bell instead. Focus. Just to give that kick a little bit more oomph. For the rest, I'm not touching this EQ because I feel that it's okay. What we can do is we can go over to an imager and we can decide on how wide we can go. Now, we can go fucking wide. Don't suggest you do this too much. I'd suggest you do that in the mix instead, but let's just have a little feel and a little taste to see what we can do. All right. Our bass is a little bit on the wide side. Speaking about bass in the wide side, it's not a bad thing. You don't have to have your bass like this. There's absolutely, you don't have to have a mono bass. If we're looking at this bass with this 0 and this +1, we can see how much in the middle it is, how mono it is. And it's pretty much completely mono. You see? You don't have to have your bass in mono necessarily. You don't have to have it like this. Because when you do something like that, what can happen is that you take away from the side. If you take away from the side, you're going to be taking away volume. If you take away volume, you're going to make your track less warm. Warmth is not a word for less clear, but we sometimes need a track to be a bit warm, like a warm bath. Sometimes it's nice. If you take away and make everything too clinical, too cut, too perfect, it's just going to sound too cut and too perfect and too mixed. That's a thing too. So I'm going to leave my low end like that. It's already in the middle. The reason why people do make sure that the low end is in mono is because then it's something called tight. When something is called tight, it's firing from both speakers at the same time and it's like, fuck, and that's it. You know, it's not blah. Like when both speakers fire a little bit sideways from each other, you're going to get that bass cancellation type of flappy crap going on. And nobody likes flappy crap. Anyway, we have a good sound here, so that's fine. Let's just go on with the next one. Quickly, don't always mono your bass. We can push this one. Because, I mean, the reference track had that, you know? So we can potentially push this. I just want to be very careful. Let's just have a look overall to see the health of this track. It's pretty healthy. And this one? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this band. We're gonna push this band only, and we're just gonna push it a tad, not too much, just a little bit, okay? Okay, cool. What I'm listening for when I'm doing this is that mid-side thing that I've been talking about the whole time we've been mixing this. I'm just listening to the balance of that, and I have my speaker set up here, and it's pretty much a perfect room, so I can tell when I'm going too far. So when the bandwidth and stereoize button, what I'm trying to do is make the sound come a little bit in from the speaker. So right now, my field of sound is always here. Like, it's always in this area. And when I push it too much, it goes to there. I don't like this area. I like this. So when I push it, I just kind of want to push it a little bit outside, not too much. It's that. So let's just have a little listen with this AB, as always. Oh, gosh. Okay, I'm just going to adjust that lead in here as well, because as soon as I push that, all of a sudden the lead just completely popped out. It's really nice, by the way, when you have a track with vocals, it's really nice to widen the track up. So just remember that. But because of the reason that the vocals all of a sudden go... Another trick, by the way, when you have a vocal track is to take this and then give it and do a mid-side one, and in the mid do this. So that you boost all the way from down here, and in your side channel cut away a little bit of low and do your normal stuff. But if you have a mid and you boost there, it's going to be nice. And then you image after that. So I'm happy with this. It's not as focused and as clear anymore as it was, but that's okay. We're keeping it like that. Okay, what else can we do? We can continue with thinking. We can either do dynamics right now, which is controlling the top end, which I think we really need to do. So we can either use dynamics, as in this, dynamics or dynamic EQ, or a spectral shaper. The difference between them is a spectral shaper does one specific area where something really pops out too much. Dynamic EQ does a bell curve, that's the difference, and dynamics does a whole top shelf. I want to have a whole top shelf because that top end is just way too much, and the top end of the reference track is extremely sizzly. Now, I know how to do that, so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to take this and we're going to use it as a de-esser. We're going to make this attack time on 0, release time on, well, 60 is actually fine. We're just going to compress the top end. We're also going to listen to that, and we're going to get rid of everything that is ticking. That and the hi-hats and the snare, everything, we just demolished it. This is what it looks like. So we're just completely destroying the top end. It sounds like this normally. Really, really attacky. And it's gone. Okay. So what we're going to do now is use this dry wet first to decide on how much of ear-piercing death you want in your ears, and how much attack you want, and how much you kind of want to soothe it out with a little bit of butter in there too. I've been having a long day. So let's just slowly go into it and feel it a little bit. When you go more wet, we're obviously going to lose a lot of gain. So just listen to the texture of it instead. Oh, Jesus Christ. With everything, obviously. Nice. So it's only a little bit of compression. It's a little bit of a touch to not be killed in the eardrum. Speaking of, let's do a little bit of low end checking as well. I tend to not do this too much. The middle one. Let's just look at the low end. Sometimes you can make it tighter. Tighter this times means we can create more kick drum. Instead of having we can actually sidechain in the low end by itself. So let's just do that. Because we're already here anyway, right? We're going to do the opposite. We're going to put the attack slow. And let's put the release... Well, let's just leave that the way it is. And let's push down. What I'm listening for is the kick sub to push through more and turn down every single time it kicks. But I'm having the attack time slow so that it comes through. Here's a visual representation of that. Slow that down a bit more. Actually, yeah, let's try to slow that down a bit more. Okay, so now we really have a lot of kick. And the rest is being compressed. Let's just make this a bit faster. And now we can control with the release how much we're having the low end come through again. Or not. As in now the release immediately, it will be kick drum and then bass, bass, bass. So let's just slow that down. And it's nice that it kind of bounces back into the kick. I'm actually quite happy with that. So what I'll do now is slowly compress it, and obviously once you start compressing it, the low end will start disappearing. So we're going to have to use the gain knob again to put it back. Oh, excuse me. Do that in the mix. Cool. Now I'm going to check out the before and after to see if I'm doing it wrong or right. This is better? That's worse. Oh shit. Sometimes it's good to close your eyes. I kind of liked it without it. Anyway, I'm gonna do that one more time, that test, because that really sucks. It's good to close your eyes and see if you like something or not. This is a lot better. Yeah, man, fuck it. So that dynamics is not working. Let's do that for the top end as well. Let's have a little listen. This is better. Okay, so the top end is good. The low end, what I was doing there was not good. So we're going to keep this like this. Next up, let's have a little think about it. I just kind of want to A-B the track again. Just have a see if we're going down the right path here, the right rabbit hole. Ah. The thing is, in our song, or Production Music Live song, the bass plays a much bigger role than in the reference song. So it's not really ideal, the reference song. I think balance-wise, we're fine. I mean, if we would take that blah, 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 if we would take that out completely, then we would have the same balance as Claus? Claus, that's your name? Oh no. Claus, CSG, and I don't know, Marischke, and Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I can't pronounce the name, but those guys. So, yeah, I'm feeling the way we are now. As in, you can play both songs next to each other, and one's going to sound a little bit thicker and one's going to sound a little bit brighter. I don't mind that. So, on that bombshell, let's just bring in the last guns to the battle, the last things that we can do. Have a play around, see if it's going to actually work. If it doesn't work, that's okay. If it does, that's nice. I have two last things to do. Either an exciter or a vintage EQ. I'm thinking exciter because it's nice to distort a little bit. I wanted to distort the overall master with the Gullfoss to begin with. It sounds insane to put distortion on the master, but sometimes people like distortion. So we're just going to see if it benefits or not. If it doesn't benefit, forget about it. And if it does, that's great. Let's just press play. So what will happen with this distortion is that as soon as you start adding it in, you literally add in a little bit of volume. So what we need to listen for is, where do we want volume? Maybe in the low mids, because it's so top end heavy. I wouldn't do it like this, but let's just do low mids. Yeah, I feel like this part is like the nice warm part of the track, so I'm going to give some nice warm distortion to that. Let's give a little bit of tape there. Put that in. That's what you're adding? Try something else? No. I want warm, I don't want... Nah. Yeah. So I'm going to add that in and just kind of play with it a little bit. Now it's going to rebalance the mix again, but let's just do that anyway. Just a bit. It's more for my own comfort that it's there. I just need, like, I'm cold, you know? I'm kind of cold right now. So yeah, it's nice to have something warm. I'm going to leave that way. We're going to speak about loudness now. I'm going to turn off the gain match. And we are going to be adding in a vintage limiter. This limiter, I'm only using it for one specific reason. And that reason is to add gain to the track. I don't want it to become compressed right now. I just want to add gain. So the way I can add gain is to just put this threshold down. Nothing else. The signal is going to come up here. Here you're going to have a representation of how much you're compressing, and we don't want to compress at all. We just want to plop it in. Turn down your speakers, please. Okay, now we're going to get a maximizer, and already right off the bat, I am not happy with the amount of low end I have in the track with the kick drum, but that's besides the point. Normally, if it would have been up to me, it would be more poof, poof, poof like that, but it's only because I like that. Let's, because of that, use a transient limiter here. And what we're going to have to pay attention to is now the LUFS. -7, -8, somewhere around there for this song is where we have to be, because that's what the reference is. A little bit on loudness. The rule of thumb isn't -14. That's Ian Shepherd's, who was a loudness warrior. I like him calling him a warrior because he's such a quiet and soft-spoken man. But basically, he's been advocating, also with Bob Ludwig, for a long time to not have loud as snot songs. So what was happening was that, you know, songs were being compressed a lot, and what happens when you compress a song too much is that you start clipping it, you stop having dynamics, you stop having like a really heavy snare hitting. And a really good way to think about that is if you have a movie scene and there's a man standing in a park. And there's one tree. Now, there's one tree, it's a sunny day. The man's talking on the phone. All right? And he's saying blah, 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 blah. And then a bird chirps when he's quiet. Now, if you would compress too much, the bird chirp and the man talking on the phone will be at the same volume. All right? That's the same thing. It's nice to have dynamics because then the bird chirp isn't going to be like, wah! You know, it's good to remember that. So don't compress too much. Now, loudness-wise, we're going to be shooting for this -8. Loudness-wise for you, what you need to be doing for digital release, according to Ian Shepherd, is to shoot for roughly about -9. According to Streaky Mastering and Ian Shepherd together, make sure that you then have a ceiling of -1. This is for online release. And then once you are happy with that, forget about your OUFS then for a second, and then bounce down with a just dither it. Again, quoting Ian Shepherd, I love that guy. Bounce down, go over to loudnesspenalty.com and check out how your track will be turned down or normalized on YouTube, Tidal, and Spotify. There's probably a couple other ones. Anyway, enough about that right now. I'm going to pretend this is a DJ release. I'm going to make sure that I have my ceiling at 0.1. I'm going to have my true peak on so that it doesn't start clipping like the actual reference is doing. Let's just press play and pull down the threshold until we have a magic little number. Make sure to listen to the compression. Just press play. That's already less fucking quiet. I'm going to leave it at -8 because it's getting a little bit too much loud birds, can't hear the guy talking anymore type of vibe. I'm going to keep that like that. I'm going to leave this the way the track is. I am happy with the amount of compression that's going on. The only thing I'm not happy about is the amount of low end from the kick drum. I kind of want more out of that, but I'm going to have to call it a day on this one. Just leave it for now. I might come back to this a little bit later. If not, my name was Guido. I'm from Cat and Beats, and this is what I do every day. Make sure to go over to Cat and Beats at YouTube/Cat and Beats, and then I also have an Instagram where I show like daily tips and tricks, and I do this kind of stuff all the time. If you want me to mix and master a song, also please get in contact with catandbeats@gmail.com or check out the website. And then, sorry for the plug, guys. Many thanks to Production Music Live for letting me do this again. I'll probably see you again in another video where we're gonna just do some final tweaks. Oh, there's always a little bit of room for improvement, but it's okay like this. Now to bounce down, what I'm gonna do is go over to dither. About dithering, just put it to 24 bit depth. I put my dither amount to low, max noise shaping. The only thing this is a little bit of white noise. And the reason why it's there is to not get this when a song is finished. If you want to know about that, there is, I think, a 1.5 hour episode on the Mastering Show where Ian Shepherd, in his very calm voice, explains to you what dithering is. It's really interesting if you're into numbers and things like that. But for me, just dither. Just forget about it. Just put it like this. Then go to File. Go to Export. Once you've selected everything, go File, Export. Make sure to not double dither and have this on, Wave 24, no dither. And if you want an MP3, please make your own MP3. Now, on that bombshell, if you want to then upload this online, make sure that you go to your last maximizer and you go to -1 and make sure to only upload the actual wave format, nothing else. That's enough for now. Take care, guys.